Properly?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Sodi Saab. You are much more audible.
Yes, very good. Thank you very much, sir. Thank
Good
you very
morning,
much.
sir.
Morning.
Good morning, Ji.
Good
Good
morning,
morning.
sorry, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Guruji. Let me see the location is okay or I change my location. Lights आ रही है ना यहाँ. This is better.
अरे कुलजीत जी यार ये लिस्ट है आपको को होस्ट बनाया है ना तो ये देखो ये 1 2 3 4 5 6 ये 6 पैनल है ठीक है 1 2 3 4 सेशन चलेंगे ठीक है इसमें क्या है हमें बार-बार पैनलिस्ट को देखते रहना पड़ेगा जैसे अभी पहला अब जैसे क्या है हमने तो पुनीत थिन आ गए काव्या आ गई है नहीं काव्या नहीं अभी है तो इनको क्या है बार-बार हमें इनको सर्च में जाके वहां करके पैनलिस्ट बनाना वो उधर से ही बनाएंगे नहीं आपको हम उधर भी कर रहे हैं लेकिन अगर 2000 हो जाएंगे तो आपको ढूंढना मुश्किल हो जाएगा कोई बात तो इसलिए जो जो दिखते जाए इनमें से बिल्लू वहां पे ये क्या कर रहे हैं मैंने लाइव तो कर तो रखा है वो क्यों कर रहे हैं देखा बोल जाएंगे
A very good morning to all of you. I welcome you all to today's event. And before we start, we'll have a formal introduction.
We are not able to hear what Neetu is saying. I think she has to unmute.
I think, madam, you are on mute.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay. A very good morning to all. Respected dignitaries, Shri Minhaz Alam, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India. Mr. R.S. Sodhi, President, Indian Dairy Association and ex-Director. Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi, Director, NIFTM Kundli. All the eminent speakers and guests who have joined us here for experience sharing and sharing their wisdom. NIFTM faculty, staff, students, and over 1,500 registered participants from various parts of the nation who are witnessing today's important event. I'm truly honored and delighted to welcome you all to Sambhav Sustainable Advancement for Modernizing Bharat's Food Processing Vision. It's a webinar with a difference to discuss how we can make a difference in realizing PM's vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047 through food processing sector. We are delighted and happy to have with us the galaxy of experts from the industry, academia, and professionals who graciously accepted our invitation to share their wide dimension of ideas and vision to meet the Prime Minister's vision of Viksit Bharat via food processing industry. I would now request Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi, sir, Director NIFTM, to welcome the guests and set the context setting. Thank you.
Very good morning to all the dignitaries here. Hope I'm audible. Great. Good morning and namaskar. It's Sambhav. When we talk about Sambhav, it's sustainable advancement for modernizing Bharat's food processing vision. And at the very outset, I would like to express my gratitude to a very dynamic and honorable secretary, Madam Anita Praveenji, who is not here at the moment with us, but she might join us during the course of this seminar, this webinar. And I'm really grateful to her for always supporting us, propelling us to organize these kind of programs. She has been a major driving force, not only for the institutes like NIFTM, but also for the industry, as well as the other stakeholders. It's an honor for me to welcome my very close friend and a senior colleague from the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Shri Minhaj Alamji, Additional Secretary in the Ministry. It's an honor for me to welcome Shri R.S. Sodhi ji, the man behind Amul, the utterly butterly delicious to Amul Doodh Pita Hai India, a man who took personal initiatives and with his commitment and sincerity to it, we are seeing where Amul today is. I'm really glad to hear when read the newspapers that Amul has started supplying milk in the United States. That's a real creditable. And yes, sir. And how Viksit Bharat is Sambhav. हमें Viksit Bharat को संभव करना है, and that also we have to do it through food processing. So what is the roadmap that is required to be created to see that India is a developed nation, and India is not only a developed nation in 2047, but India is a developed nation maybe in one among the top 3 developed nations of the world, with food processing sector contributing substantially and significantly to it. It's an honor and pleasure for me to welcome all the esteemed delegates who are present here, who are from academia, industry, startups, FPOs, entrepreneurs, media, and my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you. It'll be difficult for me to welcome you all in the inaugural session, but sincerely, my heartfelt gratitude to all of you to have accepted my proposal and acceded to my request and come here at a very short notice. So thank you so much. That shows the sincerity and commitment, and everybody takes pride in saying that we are working towards modernizing the food system, the food sector in this country. It's great to have all of you here. And as far as the context setting is concerned, I think the context has already been set with such eminent speakers roped in. And somebody asked me, how could you manage to get so many impactful speakers in such a short time? I said, I'm indebted to them. It was just a phone call and everybody accepted that. So that is this shows a synergy between the academicians, the industry professionals, the farmer, the FPOs, MSMEs, and all our stakeholders. So together we can and will make a difference. So this is the motto, and I'm sure that I'm not pretty sure that whether I or a few of us will be there to see how Bharat would look like in 2047. But for those of you, I'm sure that it will be a very healthy, hearty, and happy India. And food processing will be playing a very pivotal role in that. So we're going to discuss a lot of things here. I'm sure that we're going to talk about the possible varieties in India so that we reduce our imports. We're going to talk about the efficient and integrated food supply chain systems. We're going to talk about the manufacturing of indigenous equipment, the on-farm equipment, which are really the need of an hour for storage, processing, packaging, the machinery that will play a very important role in the years to come, And then we're also going to talk about the advanced technologies, the role of IoT, AI, machine learning in propelling this food processing sector. And of course, the superfoods, the foods with low sugar, low salt, and low fat, but rich in fiber, protein, energy dense, with nutraceuticals, and packaged in a packet which is biodegradable, which is edible. And we're going to see a lot of other things also. And I'm sure that the effect which our nutrition, the food, the nutrients will have on our gut microflora. And that's one of the very important things, because we would like to see that how nutrients would affect our genetic system. Will they regulate the genes and bring in some happiness into us? Will I eat food which will help me in overcoming all the negative factors that I have in me? Will my food improve the longevity? Will it improve the happiness index? So that is what are going to be the foods for tomorrow. We're going to talk about the smart proteins, the protein-based foods. We're also going to talk about the technologies for bioprocessing, wherein we reduce our wastage in food and add value through valorization, be it chemi-valorization or bio-valorization, whatever way we feel it appropriate. And of course, I feel that media has got a very big role to play. We have a very mature and very well-informed media today with us. I'm glad to share with you that the two senior editors Economic Times are there with us, have been covering a lot of positive stories about food processing, about agriculture, about entrepreneurship development, about the academia, industrial linkages, and how this would contribute. And since they do a lot of ground level studies, I thought it will be a pleasure to have them with us here and set the ball rolling. With this, I again welcome all our participants, all the eminent speakers, panelists who are joining here for this webinar. I'm sure that this is going to be you will really enjoy listening to all the eminent speakers here. And I'm grateful that 500 participants who are registered here, and they're about, the number is going to only swell. We're going to see many more joining us through the YouTube link. The program is being telecast live through the NIFTM's YouTube channel too. So with this, I welcome you all again and hope to have some very intense and thrilling deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your vision and leadership has actually been an indispensable force, and that ignition in organizing such events. And NIFTM has been really achieving the glorious outcomes under your leadership, sir. Thank you for bringing this progressive change and making this eventful event happen here today. Thank you. Also honored to have with us today a distinguished individual whose experience and constant guidance and support has been pivotal in organizing and executing today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, I would please join me in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed guest, Shri Minhaz Alam sir, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries. He is an alumni from the Bihar College of Engineering in Patna and the Australia National University. He has previously worked, he's an IAS and worked as a Joint Secretary at Ministry of Food Processing Industries and currently the Additional Secretary. We are very eager to hear your insights and guidance as we embark on to this occasion, sir. And without further ado, I would like to invite you to deliver the opening remarks. Minhaz Alam, sir, please.
Thank you so much, respected Dr. Sori sir, respected Director NIFTM Obrai sir, all the dignitaries, panelists, and all the participants of this webinar. First of all, I would like to thank NIFTM Kundli for organizing this webinar. As we all know, this concept of Viksit Bharat was articulated by Honorable Prime Minister. The aim is that India should be a fully developed nation by the year 2047, when we are going to celebrate 100 years of independence. For that purpose, each ministry has to prepare the plan of action, and this ministry, Food Processing Industry, is also preparing its own plan. As we all know, that India is now the 5th largest economy, and in the next few years, it it's going to be the third largest economy. But still, our per capita GDP is only around $2,500 per annum, and this needs to increase. And we by 2047 we need to increase substantially. The blueprint of Viksit Bharat encompasses multifaceted objectives, including sustained economic growth, alignment with sustainable development goals, enhancement of ease in living and doing business, augmentation of infrastructure, and fortification of social welfare scheme. Viksit Bharat 2047 embodies a comprehensive strategy aimed at steering India towards a prosperous, sustainable, and globally competitive future, firmly rooted in inclusivity and adaptability to emerging challenges. This webinar is an initiative taken by MOFI and Niftem Kundli. Sambhav means possible. By 2047, this is like our mission possible, that we need to have India as the developed nation. The food processing industry has immense potential. It is a sunrise sector and it is one of the fastest growing sector. This industry also provides a lot of employment. And the advantage of this industry is that it can be set up anywhere in rural areas. So this ministry is targeting entrepreneurs from all sections. We have different schemes to target large and micro entrepreneurs. We have schemes like PA. Huge demand for these schemes, and we are getting a huge number of applications for getting benefits under this scheme. Through this webinar, we aim to engage diverse stakeholders from food processing sector, including food business operators, industry source persons, entrepreneurs, startups, researchers, and young budding SHGs and FPOs, enabling them to collaborate, innovate, and contribute to India's economic advancement. This webinar also serves as a conduit for knowledge exchange, facilitating interaction between industry experts and sustainable advancements in food processing. In today's discussion, we need to tap the key point and focus areas from industry partners and professionals that needs an immediate attention and foresee requirements of enhanced infrastructure, enhancing the efficiency, food value chain, and skill development in food processing sector. This proactive approach allows stakeholders to strategize and implement necessary interventions effectively. Now, this ministry has prepared various targets. We want to have a higher percentage of processed and value-added food product in our export. We also want to have reduced post-harvest losses. As of now, we also have to increase the level of processing. As of now, the level of processing is hardly around 10%, and we need to increase that. And we need to target perishables particularly, so that the wastage is reduced and it is being used. We also need to encourage people to have more and more value-added food, and we need to create huge infrastructure. So as of now, the infrastructure is inadequate. We need to create a huge infrastructure, food parks, maybe cold chains, mini food parks, and also we need to improve technology and quality. India also needs to have indigenization of manufacturing of food processing machinery. A lot of machineries are being imported now. We need to indigenize it. We need to have an Atmanirbhar Bharat where all these imports can be reduced, and we need to increase more and more exports. And also we need to have particularly skilling. Skilling is very important. We have 2 NIFTEMs now, but we need to have more institutions like NIFTEM, so that more and more people are skilled and manpower is there. Apart from that, we also need to have promote our agriculture university, other universities to have courses in food technology and food engineering, so that because there is huge scope, there is huge demand for food sector, and because food, the demand of food has to be there. The first thing anybody is, if this has some money, he will first has to consume it through food. Then only we can have clothing and other requirements are there. So food is basic necessity. That's why the demand for food products is going to be increased further. That's why this sector is a sunrise sector and a lot of scope in time to come. We need to tap this sector. We need to have our potential. We are one of the largest producers of agri commodities, and that's why we have the raw material for that. We need to have proper industry. We need to have technology, so that we can have developed better products. We need to also develop those food products which are consumed outside, so that we can increase export. So this is promoting through various schemes to have more and more investment in infrastructure in this sector. And in time to come, we want that these more and more micro units should be formalized, and also small and medium industries, particularly, they should be given a special assistance so that they can grow big. India is a huge country. We have one of the world's largest population, so there is huge demand of food inside India itself. So we need to have in the sector for 2047. For growing at for 2047, we need to have suppose 30 billion. We need to grow at higher rate of pace. So that can be achieved by good investment in this sector. So employment in food processing sector can, as of now, around 75 to. This also need to be increased. But once we set more and more units in rural areas, this employment is going to increase in time further. So I don't want to extend my speech further. A lot of other people have to speak. So once again, I thank Niftem Kundli for cooperating with us and organizing this seminar. And we will have a good interaction. We have all experts aligned here for their opinion and comments. And I hope everybody will enjoy this webinar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. And it is indeed the sunrise sector. And we know this sunrise sector is the one which is going to pave the way for becoming a completely developed nation. Thank you so very much, sir. Today we also have a great honor of inviting distinguished guest and luminary in the dairy industry to share some special remarks with us. It's my pleasure to introduce and invite Mr. Rupinder Singh Sodhi, sir, President, Indian Dairy Association and ex-Managing Director, Amul. Briefly, to give an introduction to this to sir, I mean, his profile is extremely, it would run 2 pages and take hours for us to actually describe his achievements. But nice, sir. It's indeed an honor for us to really have you here. Thank you so much. So he's an alumni from the first batch of Institute of Rural Management, IRMA in Anand. And he joined Amul right after graduating in 1982. And he has won several caps at Amul, having also worked as the Chief General Manager, a position which was specially created for him for the first time at Amul. Thereafter, he took the job. I mean, he took the leading role at Amul, being the managing director for over I think 12 odd years, and he has worked there for almost 4 decades, 4+ decades, and the company grew almost 6 times under his tenure, achieving a net turnover of 46,662 crores. This is the information which I got from one of the business magazines. And I think, sir, we are overwhelmed to have you here with us. It's actually a great pleasure. And it's a momentous day for us. And we are very eager to hear your thoughts and vision. We would request you to deliver the inaugural address, please. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Lituji. Namaskar, good morning. Honorable Shri Minaz Alamji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing. Dr. Harinder Singh Ji Obray, Director, Niftem Kundli. All the panelists from the academic sides, academic institutions, from the industry, from the research, from the suppliers. And I'm so very happy that Dr. Oberoi could get this time. First time I've seen two panelists from the media, uh, Ratna and Sri Vishwanath Kulkarni ji. Both are, very well reputed journalists for writing for last so many decades. I'm very happy to speak today seminar on sustainable advancement for modernizing Bharat food processing vision. Let me tell you, our Honorable Prime Minister said that Bharat will be Viksit by 2047, and that is going to be only and only Sambhav if we have developed food sector. Because without food, we cannot, we cannot have stomachs. Will not be there. So food for 1.65 billion people is going to be the most essential, I can say, is the ingredient to become Viksit Bharat by 2047. So in my today's talk, basically, that is what I'm going to talk, that India, which is today 4 trillion economy, and we want it to be 30. So what is the potentiality of food sector? When I say food sector, it's basically more of organized food sector. When you see organized food sector, means is basically the process sector or packed sector or the branded food sector. So how much opportunity we have got in world's food market or the fastest growing food market of the world, especially for the organized food. And in this, what are going to be the opportunities for the various stakeholders, right from the food grower, that is the farmers, the aggregator, the processor, the marketer, the retailer, and the sport services, including the academic institutions, R&D, machinery suppliers, infrastructure, and the testing equipment for food, etc. So, what are their opportunities? And in this scenario, what are the opportunities for the various entrepreneurs? Besides the national or multinational, especially for the local and the regional food players, what are going to be the opportunity in the Viksit Bharat, in the organized food sector? And also, what are the food categories which are going to get tremendous growth or the volume in the coming 7 years, 10 years, 15 years, or 20 years? Well, you see, food, when you say food or organized food or processed food, we are talking only the end product. But food supply chain is a very, very complex and very delicate, because food is the only category where we have got four major stakeholders. And all these four major stakeholders may be having sometimes different or opposite, I can say, the goals for the food sector or their expectation for the food sector. First major stakeholder is the farmer, and we know why farmer is growing food. He is growing food mainly and mainly for a very sustainable and dependable livelihood. The other side, we have got a 1.42 billion consumers. So they are attached to the food sector mainly to get affordable and tasty nutrition. Then we have got government and policy makers. What they are looking for food is the food security billion, and that too also at affordable price. Are the enterprises or companies or entrepreneurs, what they're looking when they get into the food, naturally they're the business, so they look for a continued, dependable, profitable business. So the food sector has to meet all, objectives of all these four stakeholders, and sometimes it becomes very difficult. But by the way, I like to tell all the stakeholders who are joined today, everybody is in the business, or everybody is working if I've been doing naukri or salary pe karta hu, somebody is in academic line. But let me tell you, when you work in the food sector, besides earning your own livelihood of dal roti, you are getting lots and lots of blessings. You are fulfilling one of the most important need. One side is the livelihood, and other side is the nutrition. Well, I have been watching or observer of Indian food industry, especially the organized food industry, for the last more than 42 years. I remember in 1982, I was posted in Jaipur and walking to the various shops to sell Amul butter, or there were very few branded food products. Very few. I mean, besides in case of Amul, we had only butter, cheese, and the baby food, a little bit of ghee. Other food products were basically, you can say, the biscuits were there, or the beverages like, or the ketchup is there, or the jams were there. I mean, these are. And I can say that time, this 95% food purchased or consumed by the industry or the consumer were unorganized, unpacked, or unprocessed. Those were the day. And then gradually we have seen from that day to today, if you walk into any shop, you will find hardly any product which is not processed. Or when I say processed, does not mean the type of process generally consumer feel. I am saying is branded or packed. So that is where how the category has evolved. Now let us. I'll be now take liberty of now giving you a lot of data also, because that is going to tell you the real strength of food sector and the future. You see, if you talk food industry, the world food industry is today is around slightly more than $8 trillion, double than the Indian GDP. And out of that $8 trillion, Indian food industry, which is the biggest industry in India, which is involving maximum people, is around $700 billion. So which is around 60 lakh crore. 60 lakh crore. And fortunately, I mean, and also talking about the opportunities for the industry and the other stakeholders, out of the 60 lakh crore, organized is only around 12%, 7 lakh crore. 7 lakh crore per annum is the organized, processed, or packed food industry. And out of that 7 lakh crore, 50% is dairy, 3.5 lakh crore. And the balance 50% is other foods, 3.5 lakh crore. When you look for the future, by 2030, this 60 lakh crore food industry will become minimum $2 trillion. Because the way, I'll tell you, give you data later on, the way income is increasing, consumer or more and more on food. So by 2030, this 700 billion is going to become 2 trillion, which means 170 lakh crore. And out of that 170 lakh crore, organized food industry will grow from 7 lakh crore to 25 lakh crore. So around 4 times. And dairy from 3.5 lakh to 10. Major jump is going to come in the other than the dairy food industry, where it will grow from 3.5 lakh to 15 lakh crore. So around 4.5 or 5 times. So, and let me tell you, in this getting 25 lakh crore dairy food industry, I don't see any if and buts. It is going to, because if you go by the past, and the other thing which I'm going to tell you, actually, that is the industry which we are talking about. This is for the macro, but I think if you, most of you must have gone the latest household consumption data released by the government of India. per capita expense of Indian household per person in urban and the rural area. And if you see in the rural, the per capita expense of around 3,800, 46% is spent on food out of the average. And similarly, in urban household, out of 6,500 per person per month, another 40% is spent. So that is the expenses any Indian person will be spending on food. So when you say on an average 45% of our expenses are going to be the food, you can understand how big this industry is and what way it is growing. And if you see among the various categories, which are the categories which are at the maximum? Because why I'm telling you, you'll understand. Please look into data. Out of the total food basket, on an average, Indian per person expenses on cereal is around 10%, pulses is around 4%. Dairy and milk is one of the biggest category, which is around 18.5%. And look, wait, what is the other big category? Fruits and vegetables is around 19.5% of average monthly expenses go for fruits and vegetables. Why I give you this figure? You please see, it will tell you the direction in which food industry and the various stakeholders to move. Another very big segment which is going very fast way is the egg, fish and meat, which is now around 10% of average expense, monthly expense. Edible oil is around 6.5%. Spices is also very big, around 6%. Sugar and sector around 1.5%. And after that is non-all beverages and other processed food sector, like you talk biscuits, you talk wafers, you talk ketchup, you talk noodles, all put together is around 25%, 1/4 of the total. So this is the way the food sector is. And if you see the way consumption is shifting, because if I tell you in the cereals, it used to be in 2000, which has now gone reduced to 5% of total monthly expense, 1/4. But what has grown is milk, fruits and vegetables, egg, fish, meat, and the other beverages and the processed food sector. If you see production-wise also, in the last 50 years production, you will see last 50 years production of food, cereal production is multiplied by 2.8 times. Fruits and vegetable production is multiplied around 5.5 times. Milk 10 times. Poultry 23 times. Whereas our population in the last 50 years multiplied 2.5 times, and total food production is multiplied by 4 times. So you can see that production and consumption is shifting more towards animal-based protein and fat, as well as fruits and vegetable, and the fat value-added food products. So this is the past. So what is going to be the future? Future is, when I say, if anybody asks me what is the market, TG for Indian food market, I say TG for Indian food market is 1.65 billion stomachs, which are today 1.2 billion. So that is the number of stomachs or population by 2047. And what is happening is in food, today, 68% people are in rural India, 32% in the urban India. But the way migration is happening, by 2047, we will be having 50% population, 50% rural, 50% urban. So what does it mean? more mouths to feed and less hands to produce food. Everybody will like to have more food, good food, bad food. A lot of people will be interested in joining the food supply chain, but after it is produced. So that is going to be very, very important. But with 1.65 stomachs, with more money in pocket, market is going to grow. I mean, you can say at the lowest data of Indian economy, average expense is 2,000 per month, and the highest is 20,000 per month only on food. So this 2,000 to 20,000 per month can grow in India because already it is being consumed. So this is the future. But what? Hello. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Senthil. Mr. Senthil, can you mute your Mr. Yeah. Hello. Mr. Senthil Kumaran, can you please?
Uh, Sorry, sir. Sir, Dr. Senthil, sir. Dr. Senthil, sir, kindly mute yourself.
Yeah, thank you. So, what are the trends in consumption in food? One thing is there, lot of things are changing with the industry in the food, but what is going to be the permanent in food industry? We have anything, any trend which we are going to happen, any food category, it has to meet the one permanent parameters of food, that food has to be tasty. We consume, we buy, so it has to be tasty, nutritious, because we are eating food for energy. And third, very important for the country like India is food has to be affordable. So any food category, any food industry is going to survive in India only and only if it meets the criteria of tasty, nutrition, and affordability. The other thing which I said is food is shifting from mainly lean, fat, animal source, fruits and vegetable, and other things. A very interesting phenomena which is happening for the, especially for the food industry. No doubt, I have seen that food industry was people were shifting from unbranded COVID, that multiplied by 3x. So now consumers are demanding more of packed, branded food products. But when they want to buy from reliable and trustworthy brand. And also in food, I think now demand is want to buy a dosa batter, or if I want to buy anything, it should not be 1 week old. So with the reduced shelf life, branded and packing, and meeting the logistic challenges, and also the packaging challenges, and also food, branded food has to be available, affordable. And the other thing is very interesting is generation of national brands, and you see Amul, Britannia, Parle, all these brands, customer trust them. But I see lately for last 5, 10 years, consumer has developed equally good faith and trust in local and regional brands. So consumer want branded, tag, label brand, fresh product, and also they want, they prefer local or regional brand because they feel these products are more fresh, meeting my taste requirement, and also especially available in the remote area. So the bigger brands are this facing this challenge, how to convince that consumer that the food product which I am giving you, or the milk which I am giving you, it may be national brand, but it is sourced, it is packed, and it is delivered locally. Other thing is in food category, people are more shifting towards natural food products, less of the preservative, less of the other than the essential food ingredients, less of emulsifier, less of the sugar. Fresh I mentioned the fresh food. So there also the technology of fresh food is required. Then demand for packed food is now coming more from the growth is coming more from tier two or tier three cities or the states, especially smaller cities, and also the less developed states like Jharkhand, Bihar, Odisha, or Northeast. There we are getting their food. Then is people want value-added food products, but when they say value-added food products means the food products which give more value delivery. I want to buy a curd, but if I was able to make curd at 40 rupees milk, if you give me curd pack at 50 rupees, I'll buy. Everybody will buy. But if same curd you supply me in a fancy cup at 100 rupees or 120 rupees, only 0.1% consumer will buy. So that is the consumer is able to understand the difference. A very important trend which in food is now no longer food is only sold or retail to the trying more besides general trade, modern trade, online, quick delivery. Horeca is contributing 10 to 50%. I mean, in case of milk, around 8 to 10%. In case of butter, 15%. In case of cheese, up to 50% is Horeca segment. So you can understand how important hotel, restaurant, and other organized segment. Consumer are now asking for more variant in any food category. I mean, whether it is you want ice creams or you want the beverages, you want it. Even the coffee, there will be 10, 12 varieties are there. And the new trend which is coming is the organic food. But till now, organic categories could not grow because we are not able to give the type of trust consumer want in the organic food and also the affordability and premiumization also is happening all that category in any category. But I can say premiumization food category is very potential, but it is icing on the cake. Main thing is how to create cake and how to make and pack and sell food for the common people. I don't know, Nidhuji, how much time I have got or finished?
Sir, there is the entire day for you, but yes, the
Okay,
inauguration
take your 5
session.
minutes.
Yes, sir.
I'll take 5 seconds.
Right. Thank you so very much.
Now I'm coming to you all. I mean, you all must be thinking, what is there in this future of when I say the India ki this food market will be 170 lakh crore, 25 lakh crore will be pack market. What is there in for me? Which areas I should work? Industry fellow will say, "Kiki, what product I should pack?" Academic sector will be saying which areas I should look into, we should put more resources. Policy makers or government will be also thinking which area we should give more budget. So I'm telling you, don't do any research. Don't look into any data. Just look your thali. And what is the thali? In a thali, what is a thali? We know, I mentioned in the beginning, thali has got 10% cereals or 19% dairy, 19.5% fruits and vegetables, around 10% egg, fish, meat. So I feel these these are going to become organized. So I'm asking to each stakeholder who has joined them, academic institutions like NIFTAM, Food Technology Institutes, are you allocating resources of your institution, whether it's a research or faculty time or course fees or the thesis based on the consumer thali? We are still going in the past. I mean, if one fellow has done one PhD catch up, other fellow will also do on that, third fellow will also come on doing in one category only. Because if you see, lot of opportunities are there in fruits and vegetables, in dairy. I mean, dairy generally what you will find more lot of research either in ice cream or cheese or little bit of beverages. You will not find solution or research on the traditional Indian dairy products like barfi, or do you have a technology or thesis then how to make motichur ke laddu, how to provide what type of packaging, what type of automation. Right. Same is in case of Indian chutney, same is in case of roti, same is in case of dosa idli batter. How institution. And now coming to the all the industries, please look into the consumer thali and see what part of that thali is not value added or packed locally. You will find there are solution available coming from 500 kilo, 1000 kilo. So that is the opportunity in the food sector just by looking at the thali and doing research, investing in packaging or packing or making the plants and machinery up. The other area is I think we have to very much promote the whole food industry through various media and wherever you are is change in mindset. Change in mindset because now journalists are also there. If price of milk increases, price of wheat increases, price of rice increases, we call it food inflation. I mean, you read any newspaper, every inflation has come out, but food inflation is still very high. But please see this, for consumer, it is food inflation, but for farmer, it is a food prosperity. So, how to say that instead of talking about 5.4% food inflation, we say in food this year there is a 5.5 food prosperity for the farmers. We have to take in away. Then, what are the opportunities in food? I tell everybody in food, you are not to look anywhere. Like you, I told you, Thali, to have a big food brand, you please focus in first for the gully brand. If you want to launch a new brand of sweets or I say motichur ke laddu, please become gully brand, a market leader in a gully or in a street, then in a city, then two cities, then one state, two states. So that is our opportunity. I see lot of startups have come in food, but everybody looks for the whole India. Especially when I talk about poultry, meat, and dairy, they make a product and they want to go to 100 cities, 140 cities, and they, because of a very high overhead and logistics cost, they are always bleeding. Then is the other area is because you any seminar is there, any conference today is there, it will either it will have always a word sustainability, either prefix or कहीं ना कहीं लगा ही होगा. And actually today's seminar also we have got sustainability. Well, we know the food or agriculture value chain contributes to 12% of the total emission. It is food. And but let me tell you, the food supply chain for India is the most sustainable. Why it is sustainable? Because the food supply chain on the three pillars: human being, for whom is the food, plants and animal. It is a basically circular thing. Each fellow is feeding each other. And other thing, let me tell you, recently the COP26 happened in Dubai. About 80, I believe there are 85,000 delegates. What I feel is, in the want, everybody wants to become, that in world should become sustainable, emissions should reduce. But everybody wants other fellow to reduce the emission. Each individual feels other to reduce. Each nation is expecting other nations to reduce. Each industry is expecting other to reduce. But when we are deciding which industry has to reduce, we have to firstly segregate emission for luxury and emission for livelihood. And this 12% emission for agriculture or food is emission for livelihood. No doubt, India's kg emission, whether for food or dairy, is 2 to 3 times. But India's per capita emission is only 1/10 of US or other developed country. So which country or which industry to reduce? And I always say sustainability starts when stomachs are full. Sustainability starts when stomachs are full. So we have to see that India opportunities are there, but where to reduce it? Coming to the investment in the food industry, I mean, because I can say I know more about dairy industry, and then on that I can drive how much investment will come in the food industry. Dairy industry in next 7 years are going to attract around 160 lakh, 160,000 lakh, 160,000 crore, because we have got around 12 crore liters coming to the organized sector, which will become 24 crore liters, and for each 1 lakh liters of coming to the organized sector, 50 crore investment is required. So 60,000 crore, around 40,000 crore is going to be invested in the backward integration bulk milk cooler sector, and other 60,000 crore will be in the new animals, cows and buffalo. And it is going to create 72 lakh jobs in dairy sector. Overall, if I see the food sector, next 7 to 8 years, we expect around 2 lakh crore investments, and around 2 crore jobs will be created by the food sector only. So, while I mean, stopping on the sustainability, but I can only say opportunities in food sectors are there to reduce the emission. That can happen by improving the productivity per animal, per acre of land, by having better genetics, by energy saving through logistic and storage, better packaging, and also by less use of water. Because food industry is using maximum quantity of water. The other, I think, area which food industry is using, because food is becoming big thing. Lot of fake food products are coming. Lot of synthetic food are coming. So that is going to be the big threat. And the other area which I think which government of India has been protecting Indian and encouraging Indian food industry is because India is world's biggest food market and the fastest growing food market. Lot of food rich countries interested to dump or subsidize food to India. But I'm very happy the government of India has been always advocating local production and not allowing subsidized or cheap food to import. I mean, and because I think we have realized from the allowing the edible oil which happened in 90s and how much we have suffered. And still we are suffering and totally dependent on imports of edible oil. Self-sufficient. So while concluding, I can say food sector is the most essential sector if India is to become Viksit Bharat by 2047 because food sector is the only sector which takes care of both rural and the urban sector. It is the only sector it is provide us security until unless we are secured on food, we cannot be secured on any front. And Government of India, Ministry of Food Processing are coming out lot of encouraging schemes for the organized food sector for the investment in the whole supply chain. So again, I'd like to me this opportunity to share my views. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for really adding value to the occasion with your presence and canvassing out the wide array of portfolios that should be undertaken by the food processing sector in contributing towards the Viksit Bharat. I think it's a very strong statement and very, very right statement that we will be Viksit with a very, very strong support from the food processing industries. Thank you very much. Before we move on, I would request all of the participants to kindly turn on their cameras once for a group photograph, please. Everyone, please turn on your camera for the group photograph, all the participants in this webinar. Yeah, we can take a group photograph, please. Right. Thank you so very much. And on behalf of NIFTM, the event goes on throughout the day. Thank you for staying with us. However, to conclude the inauguration session, I would like to extend a very heartfelt gratitude on behalf of NIFTM to all our distinguished guests and speakers, Minhaz Alam sir, Sodhi sir, Ubroy sir, and all the galaxy of experts, eminent experts and speakers whom we have here. Despite of their very busy schedules, they have accommodated our request and managed out some time to share their wise words of wisdom and their thoughts in contributing towards the Viksit Bharat dream of Prime Minister Modi. I will not be taking out individual names of our eminent speakers because we are really running behind the schedule. However, we would definitely like to thank our director, sir, Dr. Harinder Singh Obroy, who has been really the pivotal and the guide and executing it very going to be an excellent event and would be the demand from all the stakeholders for regular such kinds of events happening. I would also like to thank Dr. Winkle Arora and Dr. Shekhar Agnihotri, my colleagues, who have tirelessly. And special thanks are due to the Registrar NIFTM, Dr. Ashutosh Upadhyay, and the administrative staff and IT team for providing support. And last but not the least, I would like to thank all the attendees and participants for their engagement. And we look forward for a very fruitful participation. We hope that the discussions and the insights shared by our eminent speakers are going to value add and resonate and inspire all the stakeholders to collectively contribute towards the transformed India and the developed India. Thank you very much. And I will like to invite Oberoi sir to take the things forward now. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Neetu, for anchoring the first inaugural session. I think we've had quite a lot of words of wisdom. We have a voluminous data which has been thrown open and been said. Sodhi sir has in fact given job to all of us here. In a small thali that's talking about, there's a work for the academician, there's a work for researcher, there's a work for food industry, and there's a work for even the Ministry of Food Processing Industries. Since this is a joint venture within, Ministry and NIFTM are organizing this jointly, I think there is a long way ahead for us. And I hope that we'll come out with the proceedings of this entire webinar. And after approval from the ministry, we're going to circulate among all the participants, all our esteemed speakers, delegates who are present here, and the line ministries, so that we give some amount of work to them as well. So with this, thank you very much. And now we move on to the technical sessions here. And the first session here is on efficient food supply chain management. And when you talk about the efficient food supply chain management, as Sodhi sir has already touched upon, we have a very fragmented kind of a system in the country. So since we are running short of time, I would not like to take very long and move on with that. We have the systems in place are at infancy as far as the supply chain in the country is concerned. Though we have the big baskets, the Amazons coming through, but then if you look at the fruit and vegetable sector, which Sodhi sir was talking about, is going to grow phenomenally. It's only about 10 to 15% of the trade which is happening through these online portals like Big Basket or Amazon or Waycool. Largely, it's again the thela walas, the sabji mandis, which take a larger chunk. Same is the case with we have large issues with the supply of poultry. I see the poultry birds getting transported from one place to another. They are a lot of stress while they're getting transported. And we don't have efficient on-farm drying systems. We don't have efficient on-farm storage system. To talk about that, we have with us a galaxy of speakers. Let me start with Mr. Puneet Thin. Puneet Thin is basically a farmer. And a farmer turned entrepreneur. And today, he's roped in about more than 12,000 farmers with him by the name of North Mega Farmer Producer Organization. And he operates in the states like Haryana, Punjab, Rajasthan, Himachal Pradesh, and he's opened up an office in Canada as well. I mean, in a lighter vein, I would say that, you'll find more Punjabis in Canada than you find them in India. But then, yes, to satisfy the taste and the requirements of Indian diaspora, especially the Punjabi diaspora, we need to have Punjabis out there. And I would request Puneet to share with us about his thoughts, like how he could get the farmers on board, the vision which the vision of doubling farmers' income, how that can be really realized. We have seen the farming systems in Canada, which are much more organized. We have each farmer has got about 10,000. In India, the average land holding. I mean, leaving aside the land holding, but how do you think the country can really grow and improve the supply chains and transforming farmers to entrepreneurs and processors, and what kind of role the academic institutes like NIFTMs can play, and what is expected from industry? Like to have your insights on the entire thing, please. The floor is yours, Puneet.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Saab. First of all, I'm really thankful for NIFTM, Dr. Oberoi, Dr. Sodhi. This is a great opportunity for me and my team to share some of our insight, what we have been doing in last few years. I represent Northern Farmer Mega FPO. It's a group of 43 farmer producer organizations. We are an umbrella organization for FPOs, and Northern Farmer name denotes, as it shows, we represent mainly the North India region, Punjab, starting from Punjab, Haryana, Himachal, part of Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Himachal. And we are working on different value chains. The reason we came together because we started this company in Feb due to COVID, supply chain was broken. As they say, crises are creative. So before that, we were working as a farming में तो हम शुरू से ही थे, और then we were organized in FPOs. अब FPO बनाने के बाद, even after organizing farmer into FPO, still we have a lot of challenges in organizing our activities and reaching to the market. So to overcome that challenge, we understand different model world over, how farmer collectives in North America, Europe, in South Korea, in Latin America, even in Africa. So I was an investor in Africa. I started my farming actually from Ethiopia in 2009. So I have seen how farmers are working and cooperatives are working in that part of the world. So learning from different example, I mean, we organize a team, and now we have a 3-layer system. Farmer, they are associated to FPO at the district level or even at a cluster level. Then we have a FPO which are working on aggregation, on supply chain, on infrastructure building, and those are the responsibility lies with the FPOs. And over and above the FPO, strategic decision making, tie-ups with the company in India and overseas, tie-up with the corporate, contract farming kind of big step. So those decisions we are taking at a federation level. So coming to activities, what we are doing right now, we start from agriculture input providing. We have our own store. Then we have infrastructure in place at cluster level to handle that produce, and then the marketing network. And we have started learning from example from Australia. We have started a quality assurance program by the name of ProEdge, because quality assurance is one part. Only thing which I think was missing in that thali concept, which Sori have just mentioned, price, affordability, everything was there. I think one thing which I would like to add is the quality assurance, because why we are not able to take our produce to the market, or especially in the export market, it is because of the quality concern. You are never sure what you are eating, so we can't go head high export market because we don't have. There is a system, it is questionable. Organic farming सभी ने सुना है, 2-4 एकड़ की organic certification लेके people have been supplying hundreds of acre of produce. So ये जो mal practices हमारे देश में जो food के साथ हो रही हैं, I think ये एक crime है, ये पाप है. Regulators हैं या government है, जिनका ध्यान इस पे होना चाहिए. This is the first difference which we see when we work outside India. How important. Now, after all these activities, we have started making tie-ups with the companies in India and overseas. We have experienced farmer with us. So हमने contract farming, industry engagement program, ये सारे प्रोग्राम शुरू किए just कि farmer की जो produce है, how much value we can add to the farmer produce. And if we are not adding that value, if we are just handling, if we are just trading, buying from somewhere and selling to another party, I think the purpose of FPO or purpose of a farmer cooperative is defeated. Then it's only on papers. So adding that value require seed to plate kind of concept. You start with the basic activity, giving them the right input, and then giving them the education and training, that how to grow it, what to do, what to grow, which seed to grow, which pesticide to spray, how to spray, and which agrochemical not to spray. So once the produce is ready, then we bring produce to our different pack houses. We operate different pack house in different cluster. Then the responsibility of FPO starts to handle that produce from that point onwards. And value addition, primary processing kind of activities, or even storage, or chilling, or storage, grading, sorting, everything is done in those pack house. And FPO is the custodian of that produce on behalf of the farmers. सो फार्मर वो अपना काम कर रहा है. फार्मर इज नॉट लीविंग वन थिंग बिहाइंड टू हैंडल द अनदर पार्ट. जो फार्मर जो काम करने के लिए वो परफेक्ट है, उसको वही काम करने के लिए बोला जाता है. And it is the responsibility of a professional team to handle the supply chain part. अब supply chain में we have realized the more distance you cover, it's more likely you can get a better price. Giving the example of North America, most of the produce which travel from to Canada from Mexico or other countries, uh, they have a robust system of supply chain. So because they are working in extreme temperature, in Saskatchewan they get temperature like -45, -40. That's the temperature. Even in December, January, that's the normal temperature. But still they get the supplies. But here in India, it's a big task. If we have to travel produce 200-300 किलोमीटर भी अगर ट्रेवल करना हो प्रोड्यूस को, तो हमारे हाथ फूल जाते हैं. This is the challenge I think we need to cover. And kind of infrastructure, road अब अच्छे बन रहे हैं, highways, सब कुछ in place है. But only thing we need aggregation first of all, because we have a small land. A small farmer जिसके पास एक छोटा ट्रक लोड है, जिसको हम छोटा हाथी बोलते हैं. अब as a individual farmer, तो या even as a small FPO, we are not even able to एक छोटा हाथी भरकर हम दिल्ली नहीं भेज सकते यहाँ से. तो 18-20 टन का जो ट्रक लोड है वो कैसे जाएगा, या उसके आगे कंटेनर कैसे जाएगा? वो जाएगा if we have a cooperative system, if we have a professional organization for the production, for the supply chain, जिसको हम पूरी अगर इस पूरी चेन को अगर कहें तो जिसको हम वैल्यू चेन कहते हैं. And the beauty with the FPO जो अच्छा काम कर रही हैं, we have learned from example like सिहादरी नासिक में. I hope most of you already आपने सिहादरी को देखा होगा, सिहादरी FPO का नाम सुना होगा. उनसे हमने सीखा है कि वैल्यू चेन किसे कहते हैं, और वैल्यू चेन का ही एक पार्ट सप्लाई चेन है. अगर हम वैल्यू चेन को आइडेंटिफाई करें कि मैं पोटैटो को आइडेंटिफाई करता हूं फॉर एग्जांपल एज माय, कैसे बनाऊंगा, देन उसमें कौन पार्टनर है, बायर कौन है, उसकी क्वालिटी के स्टैंडर्ड्स क्या हैं, इंडस्ट्री की रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है, इंडस्ट्री का प्राइस क्या है, और एंड व्हाट इज द क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस प्रोग्राम व्हिच आई जस्ट मेंशन्ड. Same is true for basmati rice, for example. So the challenge I think we all of us we have, including farmer, हमें वो वैल्यू चेन्स अपनी अपनी ढूंढनी है कि पंजाब में कौन कौन सी वैल्यू चेन के ऊपर फोकस हो सकता है, हिमाचल में कौन सी वैल्यू चेन्स हैं, नॉर्थ इंडिया में, रेस्ट ऑफ इंडिया. अगर हम 20-30 ऐसी वैल्यू चेन करें जिसको कहते हैं ना जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड एंड मास्टर ऑफ वन, यहाँ मास्टर ऑफ वन वाली बात ज्यादा है, because we ultimately we have to compete in the global market. Even if we are operating in India, even then we are competing with some supplier from outside India. So इस काम को करने के लिए जो चैलेंज है, I will just focus more on in last 2 minutes I will just focus more on challenge what government can do. This is what farmer क्या कर सकता है. फार्मर का काम है कोऑपरेटिव बनाए, अच्छे FPO बनाए, अपनी वैल्यू चेन पे काम करे. वो हम we are trying to work on that front. अब गवर्नमेंट को क्या करना है, जब हम when we talk about the food processing sector, why we are facing challenge, because मशीनें महंगी हैं, वर्किंग कैपिटल की कमी है, गवर्नमेंट की बिना ग्रांट के कोई कंट्री दुनिया भर में व्हाटएवर जो प्रोटेस्ट हो रहे हैं वो डायरेक्टली इनडायरेक्टली सिर्फ एक ही टॉपिक पे हैं, हाउ मच गवर्नमेंट इज सपोर्टिंग एंड इन व्हाट फॉर्म. तो गवर्नमेंट की नाउ इज द टाइम वी शुड रीपर्पज द सब्सिडी एंड ग्रांट. अगर हम पिछली 20-25 साल की अगर ग्रांट का पैटर्न उठा के देखें, एंड स्टिल वी आर कंटिन्यूइंग विद दोज पैटर्न, बहुत सारे जो एग्रीकल्चर या इवन टू सम एक्सटेंट जो मिनिस्ट्री फूड प्रोसेसिंग की जो स्कीम्स हैं, मुझे लग रहा है कि कॉस्ट नॉर्म्स को रिवाइज करने की जरूरत है. अभी भी हम 2014-15 के जो कई हद तक जो मैंने जो 3-4 साल पहले तक के जो कुछ प्रोजेक्ट देखे थे, अगर मैं गलत नहीं हूं तो अभी भी हमारे जो कॉस्ट नॉर्म है वो 3-4 साल पुराने हैं. जबकि जो कॉस्ट है, जो कॉस्ट ऑफ मशीन है, कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोजेक्ट है, वो कई गुना बढ़ चुकी है. उसमें जीएसटी भी लग जाएगा, 30-35% ग्रांट आनी है, 18%, 18% उसमें जीएसटी चला जाएगा, तो बचता कुछ नहीं है. तो फार्मर पीछे हट जाता है जो एंटरप्रेन्योर है. तो दिस इज वन चैलेंज. सेकेंडली, एक्सेस टू द मार्केट. we don't have any program where we support demand creation activities. Production oriented grant support, they have been uh, uh, most of our grant support, it comes in a form of seed or irrigation support, free electricity, but these only ensure the supply part. How to sell it, how to one is the processing part, and then the marketing is where the profit is. But inside India or outside, if as an entrepreneur we have to start, if we have to launch our product among, we have a very crowded and competitive market. For a small entrepreneur, we need to have more component where demand creation activities they are supported.
I would request you to kindly
Yeah.
conclude in the next 30 seconds, please. We are
Yes,
running
sir.
short of time.
Okay,
Request you
just
please do that. Thank you.
so one thing, only last thing, sir, I would like to add is the transport subsidy. If we can have more component on a transport subsidy, someone like us who is willing to cater to export market in Europe and North America, I think we will be much in a competition with the product from elsewhere in the world, because we have our own population there. But this is a challenge we are facing, that we are not able to, honestly, sir, we are not able to compete in the world market due to many factors. And I think this is a seminar, this is a webinar where we can discuss all those challenges, whether it's quality, whether it's a supply chain, whether it's a storage or a shelf life of a product, or whether it's a cost factor. uh, Time is short. If I get opportunity anywhere else in the future, I would be very happy to share those insights with you. Thank you very much, and I'm really thankful to everyone for listening to my view. Thank you very much.
My apologies, Puneet. I would have loved to hear more from you. Would have really wanted to, give you some more time because of the time constraints since we started a little late. Apologies to all the speakers and the participants here. And I would request Vignesh and Professor Doja, because one of our speakers who is actually scheduled to speak in the second session needs to leave out because he's got another meeting at 12:30. Now I'd request Mr. Shashidhar Subramania from Bowler. Now this is Puneet. If you've heard Shashi, if you had heard Puneet, he was talking about the machinery component, the machinery which is being used for harvesting, the post-harvest operations, and even the tertiary processing, quaternary processing is quite expensive. And Buller is water they started with, and they brought a revolution in the basmati rice industry. I'm sure you're going to bring in many more such revolutions with the interventions of bringing in machinery which is indigenous, which is more affordable, and which is more India-like and tuned to Indian requirements. And plus, we also want to know from you like how these machines would in fact counteract the effect of the climate change. Like, we would want to see the machines which produce very less noise, which produce very less dust, and finally the work is getting done at a very higher efficiency. So that, let's, so the floor is open now, and I would request Mr. Shashidhar Subramania, who is basically the National Manager, Corporate Technology at Buller. I've heard talker and a person who's a man of few words, but whatever he says has a meaning to it. So it's all yours, Shashi.
Thank you, sir. Would you be presenting the slides, or do you want me to do that?
Yeah, I think we'll do that. We'll share the slides.
Okay. So while the slides are So while the slides are coming up, good morning to all. I would like to extend a warm greeting to Srimati Anita Parveenji, Sri Minaj Alamji, Dr. Oberoi, and all other eminent panelists here. I thank the organizing team for putting together this webinar with the best of the thought leaders and the business leaders that the Indian food industry has. Now, as Dr. Oberoi told, I represent the Bueller Group, and Bueller provides technology solutions into the food, feed, and the mobility industries. We are a 160-year-old company with our solutions touching about 2 billion people globally every day, and our mobility solutions touching about 1 billion people every day. I am expanding the scope of the talk slightly to a wider canvas than just energy efficient food machinery into the sustainability aspects. at Bueller. I would try to wrap it up within the allotted time. Next slide, please. Now, the vision for our company is innovations for a better world. We spend about 5% of our turnover on innovations, which is amongst the highest in our industry segment. And India plays a key role in Bueller businesses, both in terms of production and innovation. About 6% of our global R&D spend and about 10% of our global R&D workforce operate here from India. So India is a very crucial part of the Bueller story. In terms of production also, Bueller India has the fourth largest of our manufacturing facilities, and then we cater to um, a lot of domestic and the export requirements as well. So, what do we mean when we say we want to innovate for a better world? What is our sustainability story? Next slide, please. So, what we mean by sustainability is this: it means that we include nature, humanity, and ecology in substantial consideration when we make any business decision within our company. The topic of this webinar, as I shared earlier, is energy efficient machinery, but I've taken the liberty to expand the scope a little and talk about the sustainability program in Bueller. Next slide, please. Over the last years, we've started looking at the broad topic of sustainability and what it means for us. And in this process, we've built up an understanding of where our emissions come from. We how to measure environmental impact and into innovations to reduce the emissions, carbon footprint, utilization of resources, and finally have the largest impact. Now, if you look at the scopes that we have, scope 1 and 2 of the emissions that Bueller has would mostly correspond to our operations, either direct or indirect, right? And scope 3 upstream is what we buy from our suppliers. But these are orders of magnitude lesser than our scope 3 downstream, which is what is happening to the machineries, technologies, and solutions that Bueller produces and deploys at the customer sites. So this has an impact of more than 40 million tons of carbon emissions. Is the elephant in the room that needs to be addressed. How are we, not just making our facilities and production facilities more greener and energy efficient? Of course, that is important, and I'll also talk about what we are doing there. But the biggest lever we have got to influence the topic of global sustainability is by processes for energy efficient, and that is what we want to do. And here we have made a public commitment and a promise to our customers to reduce their energy waste and water by 50%. Yeah, so that's a commitment to our customers, and we want to have solutions by 2025 which could be further scaled up later on. Next slide, please. So I'll just stay for 30 seconds on the internal operations. As you can see, Bueller is present across 140 countries, and there are many initiatives that are happening across the world to make our production processes more efficient. That is our scope 1 and scope 2. And here our commitment is that we want to reduce emissions by 60% by 2025. We are on the path to do that already. Bueller Bangalore, where I'm sitting, has the fourth largest factory in the Bueller group, and we have taken multiple steps like replacing LPG with PNG, which has resulted in a 70-ton carbon dioxide emission reduction. We have also powered our factories with solar PV. We have deployed sensors, continuous monitoring for energy and water usage. But this is just a bit about the internal operations. Next slide, please. What's also happening internally is that we are building a very strong platform to scale up our work in sustainability. We are working with a value chain approach, as the speaker before me talked about. The value chain perspective is very important to make a meaningful contribution to sustainability. Through our quantification program, we have managed to map the environmental footprint across 18 different value chains, 70 different process technologies, and the footprint of about 40 different end products, including the basmatis, parboiled rice, the wheat, flour, and all these things. This means that we know what is the environmental impact of each processing step, not just transport, but what happens after it comes to the mill. If you're drying, what is the impact of that? And if you're milling, if you're doing a separation step, you're doing a hulling step. So all this has been quantified category wise, product wise. Next slide, please. What I would like to use the next part of my time, about the next 5 minutes, is to take you through one example each of the different solutions and the innovation aspects when it comes to the sustainability. And I'll talk about products, processes, and solutions and services, particularly here. Products that help us reach the scope 1, scope 2 targets of our customers and their customers. That means our end customers. Processes, when I say processes, whenever you go for a category shift in terms of processing, that means you bring in a new product line, a new process. Today we are talking about alternate sources for proteins. Today we are talking about valorization of many of our side streams. Now these are entirely new processes. What are we? Significant impact when compared to 20x impact on carbon emission reduction. And then finally, the services that we offer to our customers in terms of quantification and plant improvements and stuff like that. Next slide, please. So now I'll focus on the products with some examples. I'll take this example of a wafer oven that we call SWACT, with which we have reduced 90%, and we have cut the overall exhaust. Next, we've innovated on processes to eliminate wastewater in tortilla production, which has resulted in a reduction of about 90% of water usage. With our innovations in optical sorting, the losses has been reduced by about 90%, the grain losses, which in turn has a snowball effect, you can understand, on the amount of water that is consumed to produce these grains. There are also examples from our non-food part of the business, from our materials business, but it's not relevant for this audience, so I'll skip them. Next slide, please. Yeah, and then you have the thing with the value-added products and services. Layer of digitalization comes in. You might have the best machines, but if you're not tracking the performance, if you're not making the changes at the appropriate time, you would still be running a very good machine very inefficiently. And this is where the topic of digitalization comes in. Now, you look at the two examples that I've shown below, which is the temperature and the vibration management, which constantly monitors the production status, the machine condition. It is like having an ECG or a Fitbit for your machine all the time, which constantly tracks the performance, or for that matter, the roll detect to measure the roll performance. Now, you might all be very well aware that machineries that are not balanced right, be it the rolls or the hammers that are not having the ideal cutting profile, they result in higher power consumption, isn't it? Now, similarly, when you do not maintain the right peripheral velocities, the differential velocities in any of your hulling machineries, be it paddy or pulses, you end up having lower throughput and higher losses like brokens or powder. Now, which is why the aspect of digitalization is so very important. Next slide, please. Now, moving on from products to processes, I'll touch upon the idea of valorizing the side streams. Now, you're all aware that 25% of the global greenhouse gas emissions come from food and agriculture, and sadly, we waste about 1/3 of the food. It's either lost or wasted in the value chain. And the great thing is, we have about 1 billion tons of side stream that are waiting to be upcycled and processed either for food, feed, or other industrial purposes. What are we doing with them? It is such a huge mine that needs to be digged into. Bran husks, spent grains from malting, tips and brokens, all these are great sources of nutrients. What are we doing with this is the question. Next slide, please. So we engage with our customers to scale these circular economic solutions. Bueller has the unique advantage of playing across the value chain of food and feed. Now, this positions us uniquely to cross-deploy solutions from different businesses. Now, this is very important because you might have some output of a food process that might be useful for feed, and then you can straight away integrate the two processes. Now, you would need people who understand both the value chains to offer you the best solutions there. There are many examples I can quote. For example, the starch-rich fractions in one of our protein customers is today going into making specialty pasta on another line that belongs to the same group. The spent grains of one of the malting customers are treated to be used as low-calorie sweeteners that are further used in the baking process of cookies. There are many such examples that I can quote, but for the lack of time, I'll stop here. Next slide, please. We now talk about services. Would have online and offline reports available about their emissions that is broken down per site and per scope. You would get to know the impact of different components of the production value chain, such as raw material, transportation, production, including every processing step, and finally retail. Some of our assessment methodology and could be used for reporting as well. Next slide, please. So as an exercise we did with one of our flour mill customers, we were able to show a reduction of about 1,000 megawatt hour per annum of savings in energy, and which was translating to about 120,000 USD of savings. Now, we strongly believe that products, innovations, technologies, and solutions sold in the future will be less and less on price, more and more on quality and sustainability. These would become the future metrics for our sale, and sustainability is a very important topic for us. We believe environmental sustainability should be quantified because all of us know we can only improve the things that can sustainability a profitable offering for our customers, because we know that is the only way to scale. With this, I'll stop my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shashidhar. It was a wonderful presentation. I mean, you touched upon so many things in such a short span. Really grateful to you for the insights you have thrown open. And, the catch is the paradigm shift in a consumer mindset of focusing more on quality than price and on the sustenance. Thank you very much for joining. And I'm sure that all the other panelists and the participants must have got benefited by your presentation. I would request all the participants to please use the feedback link. We have given a feedback link in the brochure. Kindly use that for any of your feedback, any queries, comments, or questions. And then what we'll do is we'll address them to the particular panelist who is there and get back to you in the next couple of days or so. Please also mention your email in the feedback form so that we are able to revert back to you. So thank you very much. Now, since
we'll be happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Since we are behind schedule, running short of much behind schedule, and it'll be difficult for us to catch up, I would request, we'll let the break not take place at this point, because otherwise we'll be really broken for the day. Now, I'm sorry I'm not able to offer you a cup of coffee or tea here, and I can pay for, in case if you can order it through Swiggy or Zomato, I'll be glad to share the expenses of that. That's jokes apart. Now let me move back to the first session. We were talking about the efficient supply chain management, and we have with us Vignesh Manogran. Vignesh has been a stalwart in the industry. In fact, he joined Vehicle long time back when Vehicle was just inception level. This is one company which I have also been associated with while I was at IIHR. They had started at a very small level. They started with some fruits and vegetables. They had few farmers in the Chennai district and Salem district and nearby districts. And today, I think they're operating in almost all the states in the country. It's about, with a connect of about 35,000 FPOs and farmers associated with them. And they moved on from fruits and vegetables to staples. And today, when I met the co-founder Karthik a few days back, Karthik Jairam a few days back, he was talking about the healthy snacks also. So this company has really moved. They've grown leaps and bounds, and we would like to understand what are the companies programs which are going to make this country a real Viksit Bharat, because you guys got to play a very big role, especially when it comes to supply chain management and efficient supply chains, which is the need of an hour now, because larger losses in the perishables happen during the supply chain.
Yes.
So what do you know, or Vignesh, would like to know from you about how are you going to make a consumer more happy? Because Puneet was talking about higher food miles, but I don't think you'll agree with that. You would like to keep the food miles as low as possible, and you'll agree with more what Shashidhar spoke about sustainability and reducing the carbon footprint. Over to you, Vignesh.
Thank you, sir. I thank you and NIFTM for the opportunity to participate. I've been hearing some very interesting points raised by the introductory speaker and also the other panelists. It's quite stimulating. I am sure many ideas will emerge to everybody through the course of this session. It's a very welcome one. I will take probably 10 minutes, sir. Is that okay? Sure.
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah, thank you.
Describe we are essentially an agri supply chain, agri value chain company. We're trying to solve the 40% of the value addition in food products happens post the harvest. So that's the segment we kind of typically play in. We are present primarily in the south of India, and in terms of our distribution reach and little bit internationally, and we source from across the country as well. And as you said, sir, we started with fruits and vegetables, but we have branched out to staples and other value-added products like batter, etc. as well. And not just that, we've also done a lot of technology, both on the physical side and also on the information technology side, which is specifically applicable to agri basis our experience. And these are also available as a suite of solutions to other companies to other companies and even small organizations to work with. So that's another arm of our company. And as Shashidhar was mentioning about ESG, it's quite important in this space, and we've tried to weave in components of ESG in terms of whether it is regenerative farming at our demo farms or in our partner cluster farms, or electric vehicles for our distribution, or recycling of water in our distribution centers, or waste management wherever our collection centers or the last mile distribution centers are operating. All of these practices we've tried to kind of take in, and we've had reasonable impact in this, and we feel this is something which is scalable across. The food is a very large, $700-800 billion, as Sodhi ji said. It's a very large segment of the country. There is scope for many more organized entities to actually emerge in this. I will describe in brief about what is the problem at a higher level we're trying to solve for, and then go into some specifics about what we do in one of the segments. I think everybody knows our farms are fragmented, and even our consumption centers are much more fragmented compared to the West. So 140, just as summary figures, 140 crore people, we have 14 crore farms on another side. Literally one farm catering to 10 people. And even if we take retail stores, it's about 1.2 crore retail stores are there. For every 100 person, there is one retailer kind of thing. Equivalent figures for US, about 40,000 stores in total, all kinds of stores put together. That's about it. That's much lower than the kind of farms, stores and farms we have. And their farm size is typically about 400 acres or so, whereas ours is about 2 acres. Why this is important, apart from the fact this involves a lot of disaggregation and parts of the supply chain. What this means practical terms is, before the product reaches the end consumer, after it is harvested, it goes through 6 to 12 layers. When 6 to 12 layers, 6 to 12 different entities are involved in this. They are involved in doing some kind of activity, value addition, and also it's such that the consumer does not feel that because of so many value additions, the product is costly. This is a very important factor we'll have to keep in mind. And still consumed in whole form or mildly processed form, like rice from paddy or atta from wheat. That's about it. Not too much of processing happens in this. there is a lot of scope to do work in the 80% part of the whole consumption itself. Apart from, obviously, there is a need for more targeted, more specific products catering to diverse needs in terms of nutrition, taste, and other requirements also. Let me focus on this 80% part of the $700 billion pie, which is still in the whole products segment. And staples is about 25% of this. In this, as I said, there are 6 to 12 layers. How do we try to solve this? Why do we need to make it more organized? From a sustainability point of view for the sector and for the sector to everybody working in the sector to actually earn more. Today, we see the effects in dairy. It is a much more organized, it's quite organized within the whole food supply chain. But we are witness to so many companies with so many different products and so much of research and development and even exports happening in this sector. Why is this possible? Because there is some kind of formalization. Formalization brings along with it a certain stability and an ability to think long term. The good or bad part of the FN fruits and vegetables and also staple supply chain is the prices vary every day. In one sense, one can say it's a very efficient market, but that also comes with its own drawbacks because every day somebody else is buying that product. Every day, there is not much of stability in terms of I am growing for this particular purpose for this particular customer. So that prevents long-term thinking. So when there is long-term thinking, there are a lot of research and other, even the farmer can think, okay, this customer is going to buy from me for 3-4 years. So let me do this variety, which is going to be going to cater to him. Because of these factors, we are trying to build a demand-led supply chain. Start with the customer. This is what he is consuming. These are the, as Sudhi sir said, the thali. Look at the thali. How much it has changed, how much it has not changed. And then work backwards. On one end, we are launching our own brands in staples, etc. We have our own brands which have grown significantly, called Madhuram, Kitchenji, Freshies, etc. But the brand is a vehicle to get the product with a certain consistency to the end consumer. So working backwards from the brand, we can work with certain processes. We have our own packing units. We work with certain clusters of farmers, etc., where these products are regularly grown. So that helps build some sustainability in this. And we are also trying to shorten these layers as much as possible. So few people deal with it and if they benefit from this in a economically viable way. Now, what is the other? There are 2 other challenges involved in this. When the product goes through so many layers, at every point, as I think Mr. Puneet also was mentioning, quality measurement is very, very tricky. The moment quality assurance is not there, then the transaction gets lost there and the trust is also lost. And then this becomes a vicious cycle kind of thing. How do we solve this? There is a lot of technology now. In fact, we have a product called iGrade, where you take a photo of the product and that will give you the grade of the product. It's like a blood test report. Now we can debate about, okay, whether this parameter is okay or not, but nobody debates what that parameter value is. So much of moisture, so much of defects, so much of semi-processable, and so much of good grades. That's the way the result comes. And it takes probably 15 seconds only to get this result. Now, this is from a quality point of view. The second is from a working capital access point of view. All of these transactions require fair amount of working capital because there's some credit which needs to be extended to the next layer in the supply chain. Access is not, because the sector is still not very informal, access is not very easy. So from a government point of view or from a policy making point of view, the more credit access and the cost of capital comes down for this, it will faster transactions, more value-adding transactions to happen in this. And number 3 in this is, how do we rearrange this supply chain? One is quality. The other is access to working capital to streamline and to lubricate this value chain in some way. And number 3 is how do we reorganize the supply chain to make sure that at minimum investment, everybody benefits. So one of the things we do is actually while we have our own brands, we also offer contract manufacturing and private. These could be customers who are MSMEs on one end, could be very large customers like a Flipkart or a Udon on the other end, or even brick and mortar stores like Reliance, etc. So what I mean by private labeling and contract manufacturing is there's a certain amount of processing which is needed in all these staples, whether it is sorting, whether it is fumigation, whether it is packing, whether it is labeling, weight checking, metal detection. All of these are essential components in making the product much more healthier and branded and packed to the consumer. The brands could be anybody's. Now, for everybody to set up a unit like this may not be economically feasible. They'll use it for only 2 days or 3 days. But I mean, the machinery cost is what it is. So you want to have one lot pack or maybe 20 tons alone packed in a month, no problem. You can bring it to our centers in Bangalore, Hosur, Chennai, and Hyderabad. You can get it converted into the form you want, into your own brand, so that you can actually go and play in the market. This gives the idea is to expand the services further. We added a vacuum packing unit, for example. This extends the shelf life without any additives or preservatives added to the product. In fact, for international customers also we do this. So international customer, I mean, given all the shipping challenges, etc., the frequent disturbances, the shipping time is much higher. So the product shelf life becomes much more relevant in that perspective. Now, these technologies can be provided en masse in one place where people can use it in a variable cost model. That is something from a value chain point of view. This is reorganizing the value chain. So one person can invest, others all can utilize it on a pay-per-use kind of basis. And these are some of the things from how do we shorten the number of steps? How do we reorganize the value chain? How do we ensure quality assurance? How we can get more working capital access to this chain? This can all help in kind of making the sector much more formalized and consequently kind of grow faster and meaningful for everyone in this. I think I've taken about 10 minutes, and not just this, we also do work on the fresh side, etc. In fact, on fresh, or on early collaboration with Oberoi Sir was actually we took one of their technologies and we could kind of adapt it to market for shelf life extension of greens. Now, this is a very low cost technology which is in line with Indian conditions. It doesn't require sprinkler, it doesn't require electricity, all of this. Now, I mean, many technologies like this from an R&D point of view from institutions would actually help, and more conversations with industry will actually give them a perspective of the demand side. See, for example, there are multiple varieties of green gram. It is used for sprouting, some are used for powder form, some are used just as cooked products. Now, what are the variants in this? In each of these variants, can there be some R&D done to reduce the cooking time or improve the sprouting ability, etc.? Now, these are all products which are consumed in large quantities at the end consumer. I mean, I'm not getting into the process part for this discussion, but more and more awareness and research on these aspects itself can actually like value addition for everyone. With that, I will conclude my discussion, sir. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Vignesh. It was quite insightful, and you touched upon very important topics. I think together, you and us, we need to work together to generate more consumer awareness. That's one thing. And you talked about reorganizing the supply chain and the value chain. I think that is very, very important. I'm taking a leaf out of your book. Now I'll move further, and now let me head back to the academicians and take a view of about what is. Would just like to know from you, sir, like what is your what are your insights, or what is your thought about improving the supply chains using the advanced technologies? So over to you, sir.
Are you able to hear me? Good morning.
Morning, we are able to hear. You can switch on the video, please.
I have switched it on, but it's not going properly. I don't know what is the issue.
Right, sir, you can go. You can go ahead, please.
Yeah, okay. I'm happy to be here. Basically, efficient food supply chain management I'll only look into the technological help in that. I know a lot of wastage is there in particular supply chain. I personally believe that at the forefront of the technology revolution lies the Internet of Things, a network of interconnected devices capable of exchanging data seamlessly within the realms of agriculture. IoT sensors play a vital role in enabling smart farm practices. These sensors meticulously monitor from soil to moisture to nutrient to supply by providing insight in these particular areas. IoT enables supply chain management, ensures optimal storage conditions for perishable goods during transportation, mitigating the risk of spoilage and preserving food. With the cost of IoT sensors going down, this is an area which has to be exploited in order to save the wastage. Moreover, IoT devices facilitate supply chain traceable by tracking the movement of foods, products from farm to market by generating comprehensive data logs. These devices enhance transparency and accountability within the supply chain, thereby minimizing losses due to theft, fraud, and mishandling. This real time visibility also enables stakeholders to identify potentials, bottlenecks, or efficiencies and looking into alternate measures. As we are moving towards the 6G, the latest generation of wireless communication, technology promises to revolutionize connectivity and data transmission speeds. 6G networks offers unparalleled opportunities for precision agriculture. 6G is capable of revolutionizing inventory management, thereby combating food wastage. Smart sensors integrated into storage units and transportation vehicles monitors inventories and conditions such as temperature and humidity and life of that particular product. In the event of inventory failure, systems will swiftly detect and autonomously redirect the affected goods to the nearest warehouses equipped to address the issue. The proactive approach not only prevents food spoilage but also ensures efficient utilization of resources by promptly addressing potential wastage concerns. Real-time data collection from drones, satellite images, and IoT sensors across farmlands. This wealth of data enables farmers to monitor crop health, detect anomalies, and look into the transportation issues. We are going into an age of machine learning and artificial intelligence algorithms, further augment efficiency within the food processing industry. By analyzing vast patterns, market demands, and historical sales data, these algorithms can generate predictive models that optimize various aspects of agriculture operation. For instance, ML algorithms can forecast even a crop yield and the market scenario. AI algorithms help food processors optimize inventories management and reduce excessive stocks. Further, the computer vision technology is playing also a crucial role today in food quality and safety throughout the supply chain. As mentioned by Mr. Uh, Puneet Thin, quality has to be monitored and has to be segregated, and in which computer vision can be an additional add-on. In tandem with technology, advanced blockchains offers a decentralized and secure platform. I personally believe that by using these technologies, we will be able to we will be able to save a lot of this wastage within a short span of time and help in Vikasit Bharat, which is our prime goal. The load of the role of food processing industry in Vikasit Bharat transcends mere production. It encompasses sustainability, equity, and resilience. By embracing technology, India can build a food system that feeds its people, reduce wastage, and ensure a healthier and more prosperous future. The role of food processing industry in Vikasit Bharat is poised for transformation through the adoption of advanced technologies such as IoT, 6G, and machine learning and AI computer vision, blockchain, and smart storage. Thank you very much, and thanks for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Professor Doja. I think you touched upon very important aspects of the role that technology can play in improving our supply chains and making them much more efficient. Now, moving on further to Dr. Kavya. Dr. Kavya has been my colleague from IIT Delhi, and she's been working extensively on the use of the ML, the machine learning methods, as well as sensors. It was always my dream as I was at IHR. I had discussed with my colleague Dr. Senthil as well as Vignesh. I would like to see a vehicle starting from Kolar in Karnataka, carrying about 10 tons of tomatoes, coming to Delhi. And there is a decision-making system in place. I have a mobile app on which I can just monitor not only I can just track the movement of the vehicle, but also trace what is actually happening inside the container. How many of my tomatoes have really gone bad? What is the and can I take a decision based on that? Rather than getting them it right to Delhi and with about 25 to 30% wastage, because one spoiled fruit spoils many other fruits as well. So would like to hear from Dr. Kavya about what more can be done in ensuring better supply chains, not only for fruits and vegetables, but maybe also for poultry, because I see a lot of maybe even for the dairy sector as well, because a lot of animals are put to discomfort. The sensors can play, the nano sensors, the micro sensors can play a very proficient and a very efficient role in that. Over to you, Dr. Kavya, please. Can you just unmute yourself? We can't hear you.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Professor Oberoi. I really thank all your team for just pulling up this webinar together and getting the like-minded people just to share our views. I would request if slides can be displayed, please.
Yeah, sure. Just give us a second. Yeah.
Yes, please. So what I am going to talk about is we all know that food industry is a pretty conventional sector. And we take a lot of pride in doing the things the way our grandmothers or our kitchen runners had been doing it. But I think fast forward 2023, 2024, we need to play a role of a leader in not only efficient supply chain management, but also in food wastage prevention, but also in making sure that we are very high on prevention of hunger index. We are very high on nutrition index. We have a huge demographic of youth, and this should be a healthy youth. So how we can do it? I restrict myself to the application of AI and ML in sustainable food production technologies. So next slide, please. The basic question after ChatGPT rolled out and it just went free, ChatGPT 3, the basic buzzing question is AI a fad or a fact? So AI is the new reality and we really can't dissociate ourselves with it. But we have to understand that how we can use it for our societal goals along with our economic goals. Banking sector, economic sector, education sector has been using AI very vehemently. But now our traditional sectors like food also need to step up. So next, please. The application of AI can be very clearly seen from production to processing to distribution. That means all the aspects which include the food processing sector. Next, please. And the some of the common AI systems which are used or which can be used for food processing. First is analytical AI, which analyzes the data which is generated from a massive country like us, which has a huge farm data, which has a huge cluster data, then the tiered up data which comes up. Then we have functional AI, then interactive AI. Interactive AI is another very stepping up point where a few years ago, when digitization of agriculture started, we had a lot of those green sims which were interacting with the farmer on the voice portal. Like farmer would put up a question through voice and the response would be given through the experts only through the voice platform. But now we can do it on the audio visual range as well. So interactive AI, the real time data can be discussed, the real time problem or picture can be discussed for the potential problem which is budding up in the food supply chain. Then textual AI. If it is not an audiovisual, the common our age-old text would just do that. Even can be retained for a longer time. Then visual AI. So computer AI, computer vision, huge role here. We normally the range beyond the visible eye, visible range of the eye. So that means even if the disease or if the problem is or if the rotting is just in inception, it is at a very very low level, it can be detected and a bigger consignment can be prevented from getting rotten up. And then our favorite generative AI, which is also the food processing sector. Next slide, please. 9 billion people by 2050, we have to be escalating the production by 70%. And that is a number which, when we talk about our raw resources, this number actually thinks very, very difficult because we cannot extend our land, we cannot extend the water resource, natural resource, but then our population is continuously increasing. So everybody is looking at up after a certain point, but the processing sector has to take it up from there. How to make the food the most efficiently utilized, valorization of the value chains, valorization of the waste, the food waste which is coming out, then a channelization of co-streams or side streams we call to extract further nutrients. Then when it comes efficient sourcing, distribution, marketing, consumption, packaging, and storage. This whole end-to-end process needs to be AI enabled so that we know that we are looking at each other. We have end-to-end traceability. We have sheer accountability, and we have a very tight control on the grip of the supply chain so that we don't lose the sight of it. Then a well-guided, decision-informed system to increase the purchase rate of the power, and that would come by generating the data from what are the consumer preferences, how he picks up his food from the superstore, what is the frequency of his repeat purchase, what are the ingredients which appeal him the most, and what are the ingredients which he is trying to go away. My previous panelists have very vehemently spoken about how people are getting more and more inclined about clean food, green food, lesser hyper processed food, but then processing is required. Hyper processing is definitely not acceptable in the health aspect, but processing to save the food from getting deteriorated and getting the data which puts right alarm at the right place can be done through AI. Then food sorting is another important thing, because when we call anything sustainable and inclusive, the farmers need not to be left out, and most of the time our farmers are left out. They are leaving the farming because they do not get enough remunerations. So if we have a beautiful grading system, a harvesting index in place, and then our AI systems or AI models trained on that, then we would be picking up or harvesting the fruits or food, then putting it in the consignment for a distant travel, which Professor Oberoi just said as food miles. We know that in transit, it is going to take X number of days to get ripen up with ethylene generated. Most of it happens in fruits. By the time the consignment reaches the destination, it is almost rotten up. So if we have right harvesting index decided and then our AI models trained on that, then we know that the maturation of the food and the fruit by reaching the destination plus 7 days of shelf life is going to still make the food edible and prevent the food losses. And I speak from the data which is already being generated from banana, from potato, and these are the food security crops. If we keep on deteriorating these crops and then wasting them, putting them back into the ocean, good for nothing, nobody's use, then I think we are wasting a lot of food. So AI and ML can actually come up there, and a strong and sustainable food industry with an effective value chain is here to stay. We really need to stitch it together. Next slide, please. So if we speak about the technical backbone of supply chain, so three key pillars, I would sum them up as predictive analysis, machine learning, and IoT. Dr. Doja just spoke about the importance of all three. So predictive analysis is going to make a very good prediction about the market. It is going to make a very good prediction about your harvesting, about your maturation, about the demand, about the supply, and about the about how much the demand can be, about the sudden predictions which come down, like the weather prediction which is coming down, about the trends which are going to suddenly take up, in the short span of time. Like I'm going to quote a very interesting example about coffee in a couple of slides later. So, as I say, predictive analysis is the cornerstone of AI in supply chain optimization. And what it does is it harnesses data. As I just mentioned, they just see the trend, what consumer has been buying, what are his preferences, and how is he picking up. Is it because of the branding? It is because of the label? It is because of the ingredient? It is because of the locality or the traditional taste? Then what is the market trend? A few months ago, a few years ago, when there was Corona, the market trend was to buy more immunity running short on the shelves. Everything was giving you immunity all of a sudden. Then now we need something which is green, which is sustainable. So if you add these things, then hyper processed. We don't want hyper processed food. So something which is said that it is just optimally processed or organically processed. So what is the market trend for that, and what is the consumer behavior? A system forecast a supply chain with astonishing accuracy. Now, the next slide, please. Machine learning, it goes beyond the conventional statistics. Earlier, we used to have a lot of statistical data which was being analyzed and then predictions were made. But now, as the data started increasing vast and bigger, the value chains increased from local to cross-continental. It was very important that we analyze all these data in the single frame of point in a single canvas. So machine learning step up there, and it helped us to optimize logistics from warehouse to delivery stocks to routine delivery routes, then ensured maximum efficiency, then optimized potential disruptions. It also predicted potential disruptions and help us to be prepared for that and suggest actionable solution, and minimizing downtime and losses. This is very important because most of the time we are not having any much control over downtime and we lose a lot of food there. So the next slide, please. The IoT or Internet of Things is the eyes and ears of supply chain. If we have to make a technically enabled or artificially enabled supply chain, if we have to minimize the food losses, it is very important that we have Internet of Things at place. And because it is going to generate a lot of real-time data, it is going to use sensors, and these sensors can be gas sensors for knowing the ripening index or knowing the fermentation or rottening of the food, wherein you just know that in your shelf life it is reducing or it is just coming to an end, how to use it more and more, how to use it quickly. So gas sensors can be used, or similarly the color sensors, the colorimetry sensors can be used. At farm level, the sugar sensors, the TSS sensors, or the soil sensors can be used, which are going to make us very armed and alarmed, both for the food rot, for the reduced yield, and also for countering our own commitments to the supply chain. Then, as data feeds into AI, the enabling dynamic adjustments to the logical plans, like the sudden appearance of rainfall, we did not know, or there is a lockdown, we do not know, traffic, there is a whole jam coming up there, or these are the things which somehow prevents us for timely delivery. And one of the examples I would like to say that when Domino's started with 30 minutes pizza delivery, people thought that this is going to be luxury, and if Domino's can do it, it would be good. Then we have Zepto promising you 10 minutes. And moreover, they deliver, they promise 10 minutes, moreover, they deliver it in 7-8 minutes wala bracket. That shows their value chain is somewhere tapping the traffic data, somewhere tapping the nearest local store, somewhere demanding, somewhere tapping your local needs, your frequent buys. So these are the things which makes a value chain very, very strong, very, very effective, and very consumer oriented. And we have seen just 2 examples out of it. Next slide, please. So the diverse food production common challenges why our supply chains are not as efficient as they can be. First and foremost, the length and breadth of our country is like massive. It is just like the entire Europe. You have just one pass and then you travel through the European Union. Similarly, you just travel through across India. It is a massive country to supply the things. So, and then our food sector is equally diverse. Some parts grow something, some parts of the country grow something, but demand is just cross country. Then a diverse food supply sector. The diversity in soil, weather conditions, crops, everything, like the platter of diversity is really, really, really huge. Then we have a very resource intensive sector. We start from a bullock cart, we start from cycle, when a person decides to put his supplies to a middleman, or whether he decides for a village heart bazaar, to scaling it up to a industry where he just makes a branded product. So it's a very resource intensive sector. And then we also have a market prediction. We don't have enough market prediction out there. And our skill set for data collection is also missing. Can we have the next slide, please? Important aspects where modern industry need to step up for AI and ML is hygiene. Like we all know, a tiny error in the food hygiene actually initiates a lot of food recall, and it is very detrimental for the consumer as well. So if using AI and ML is going to give you a track down of any amount of microbe which is present, and even if you have to recall, the traceability can be very well traced by that. Then the machine repairing scheduling can be done by using AI. The transparency in sourcing and grading can be done by using AI. Next slide, please. And then a lot of data which has been generated in the supply chain, which I mentioned now, if we are able to decode it and utilize it for competitive edge, for proactive decision making, for enhanced efficiency and cost effectiveness. Next slide, please. The AI would actually help you, assist you, and take you to stay ahead of the learning curve. It is going to take ahead of your normal business curve, and it is going to put you in the profit bracket. And by one example which I commonly give is, by the time the industry knows what the trend is, it just does some in-house research, makes some in-house production, and then when it supplies it, the trend has already passed. And most of us have seen this, most of us have experienced this. Next slide, please. The digital readout which AI is going to give you is going to give you about market analysis, is going to give you a predictive analysis. So coffee, as I mentioned a few slides ago, coffee is like, when coffee is produced, a lot of inferior quality cherries also are mixed in. So AI through computer vision just helps you for sorting and grading. It just helps you to make sure that when you have the best quality cherries sorted and graded and then made for a premium quality coffee, the farmer which is producing the same coffee beans is not left behind. The profit is shared with him. And also, you know that the specific location from which your favorite coffee flavor comes up. The next slide, please. So it is like not all cakewalk when it comes to technology. Next slide, please. When it comes to technology, there are certain cons. First and foremost, there is always a dilemma whether to buy the technology or to build it in-house. Because as I said, food is a conventional sector. We still do not have companies or industries which is AI enabled. So whether to buy it or to build it on board. Then we are still experimenting. It is expensive. It is never easy to integrate a new technology. And then most important thing is the proprietary data. Who owns it? Still, there is a lot of work going on about the data ownership, data management, And I'm sure as more and more industry feedback we are going to get, we are going to sort it out as well. Fair policy of usage of data, we are also working on it. Next slide, please. So application of effective AI and ML in a supply chain. Apply AI, then automated actions, the AI start generating the results and start running the industry. So to conclude, I would just say that the 3S for the supply chain, the food supply chain using artificial intelligence is, first S is for artificial intelligence, machine learning enabled supply chain. Second is to show up. Yes, please ask more, give us your feedback so that we are able to make better systems. And the third one is step up. As a food industry, as the food sector, as a national food sector, when we speak about how Bharat can be made more and more sustainable, rather a food leader, leadership in AI enabled food supply chain, let us all step up to give our best. Let us all step up to collaborate. Last slide, please. So I call upon you all to let us build a stronger supply chain for effective food distribution. Thank you so much for your patient hearing.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kavya. This is quite comprehensive. I'm sure that, if you start really using this real-time sensing mechanisms along with AI, the post-harvest losses might come down to as low as about 1 or 2% the next, say, about 6 to 7 years. We don't really need to wait for another 20 years to make this as a Viksit Bharat. I think let's do it. I mean, I would look forward to some kind of a proposal where we can jointly work with industry, with logistic, supply chain companies, as well as, IITs, and make this really happen. Thank you so much for your insights. It was really very, very invaluable. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the opportunity, and all the best for the vision.
Our pleasure as over. Our pleasure is over. Now, moving on, I would request, there's a little change because we have one of our speakers who would like to have, he has another meeting at about 1:10 or so, and he's from the packaging side. May I request Dr. Senthil and Nitin Gupta to wait for some more time? If I have your permission, please, then I can just move on and request Mr. Brindmohan Thakur from Tetra Pak. Now, Tetra Pak is one company which has made longer strides as far as packaging is concerned, and when you talk about sustainability, the first thing which comes to our mind is sustainable packaging, and they've really shown it by coming out with different kind of laminate, different kind of biodegradable packs. And then there was a revolution when FSSAI came out with a stringent regulation of ensuring that we'll have to do away with the single-use plastics and the straws that were being used with whether it was fruity or jump in or it was with Nescafe or this thing that was done within the next 6 months. So if there's a will, there's a way out, which has been shown by Tetra Pak. So we'd like to hear from you, and I would request you, Mr. Thakur, to completely please maintain the dignity of time and try to finish off within the next 6 to 7 minutes, if possible. Thank you. Over to you. Please unmute yourself. Mr. Thakur, please unmute yourself. We can't hear you. Mr. Thakur, we can't hear you. Can you please unmute yourself?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, sir. Now you're audible.
Okay. Yeah, so thank you very much, everyone. So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Brinda Mohan Thakur, here to represent Tetra Pak. First of all, I would like to thank NIFTIM, especially to Professor Oberoi, to create such a wonderful platform to exchange ideas to achieve the Prime Minister's 2047 Viksit Bharat vision. Also, I would like to thank Dr. Minhas, Dr. Sodi, who has enlightened the agenda with facts, figures, and vision, and the expectations from academia and industries. I would like to thank all other eminent speakers from different areas of expertise as well. So, making the discussion short. So, what we are doing? So we try to make the food self-stable, enhance the shelf life, to make food safe and available everywhere in the remote areas as well. So that is our main vision. Here, let me change my slide. Yeah. So, what is Tetra Pak? Tetra Pak is not only a pack of carton. It is actually much more than this. And what we are doing actually, we have three sections, that is processing, packaging, and services. We develop products and technologies in processing, packaging, and services that we use together with our customers to create fit for purpose integrated industrial solution for the food and beverage industries. We are present in more than 160 countries. We are continuously working with our customers to make their process reliable, sustainable, and dependable. Customers to make their plant energy efficient and sustainable operation, ultimately delighting our consumers. Yeah, so mainly we are focusing in these categories. So we aim for depth rather than breadth. So we have limited categories, and when it comes to application expertise, our customer knows that we can trust us. They can trust us to offer solutions that we optimized for their specific products. So mainly we are working in the field of dairy. We have deep in-depth in dairy participation in setting up the factories, setting up a different type of packages. We work deeply in ice cream. We work in beverage. We work in prepared food. We work in cheese, powder, and recently we started working in the plant-based food products, like some chutneys, like some different plant-based, some health drinks, so non-dairy type plant-based drinks. So that also we started working. Yeah. So we are actually transforming the way people buy, store, and consume liquid food. Traditionally, I remember when I was in childhood, when we were living, I used to live in village. Once you get the milk in the morning time, when it is the milking time in the different farmers' home, then it is fine. If in the afternoon or daytime, if you want to buy milk, it is nearly impossible to buy milk in the villages. And now, after 20, 30 years, the time has been changed. The sector has been more organized. Still, there are a lot of unorganized sectors in the milk area, but now you can buy milk in the Tetra Pak cartons or even pouches, the pasteurized milk. So technology has been evolved. We work together to increase the shelf life of milk and dairy products. So we continuously worked in the field of the shelf life enhancement, not only by the aseptic packaging, but ensuring that we do this aseptic processing as well with the direct UST process or indirect UST technology that Tetra Pak holds. And pasteurization, yes, that also we have the systems we are doing, that is full reliable systems. And with that, we do the complete aseptic packaging as well. In the aseptic packaging also, we are proud to say that as of now, we are using 70% paper board that is fully recyclable by biodegradable actually, and 25% polymer and 5% aluminum. We are still, our R&D team and innovation team is continuously working to make it 100% biodegradable, and I'm sure we will achieve that. Yeah. So what if your package doubled up as a data carrier? So since the agenda was to work in the smart packaging system, so what we did recently that we introduced a dynamic QR code system, unique dynamic QR code system on each package, each carton of the Tetra Pak. So what is this dynamic QR code with code generation, printing, and data management at its core? The platform allows you to turn your package into full-scale data carrier. This customer actually gets more space on the package to show their what is the product, and consumer actually, if they scan their QR code, they can get the whole data behind this product, what they want to do. Even the dynamic QR code means that from our central system, if customer want to change the data, that they want to introduce some game or something, then also it can be changed in the same QR system the consumer can do. So we can increase with this dynamic QR code, we can increase the consumer engagement, that is a scan and win type of some games. Some product information we can introduce from the back end, and consumer can get from the same QR code, from the same pack. We can do some treasure hunts, engage with customers in getting some feedback, giving some how to do the recycling, where are the recycling points. So these type of information we can give it time to time. Also, we had that lot of talk about regarding that supply chain optimization. So with this dynamic QR code, we can track and trace this. This is in supply chain optimization, where the package in which city it is getting sold. We can do this channel management as well. Even if sometimes there is some fault, we can do with this claim management, with this a smart packaging system, this dynamic QR code. And if by mistake something happened, if we have to do the recall of the packages, so that with scanning by QR code, consumer can find that yes, this product is not good, the company has recalled it, so they can get a refund, or they can go to that collection point and send that pack back. So this QR code is a smart QR code and dynamic QR code we have introduced. It is a bit different from this is static QR code. The static QR code is that once you feed the data, that is forever, and consumer can get that data only forever. But this with dynamic QR code, you can change the data from the backend, and consumer can look and get updated with this one. Yeah. So this unique ID, that QR code, even it is empowering our customers, that even customer can see on a juice pack, this orange is from Australia or Nagpur, so that he can trace. We can empower our customer, that customer can manage the data. Even if you are drinking a carton milk, then you can see that which farm this milk came. from which part of the country and from which factory it is made. So in what distribution system it is there, from what retail system it is there. So everything, recycling where we can do. So everything we can do with this dynamic QR code. So at each stage, data is captured digitally and processed. So that is very innovative technology and a smart packaging system we have introduced. Yeah. And we are talking a lot about that, how to decrease the carbon footprint. Yes, we all agree on that, and we are aligned with this vision, and we started working on this as well. So we all understand this ice cream and ice lollies. What if there was an ambient packaging solution for ice lollies? Traditionally, everyone eats. The complete cold supply chain is required to transport this ice cream, but we have started with this ice lollies, which save cost and drive distributions. This is quite innovative packaging system from us. You don't need to transport it in frozen system, this cold chain. You transport it in ambient supply chain and put it in a store, then store it for 6 hours at cold chain. You freeze it and sell it, consume it. So that is quite innovative, and it is saving cost for our customers, producers, and it is consequently it is reducing the carbon footprint in large extent. So this is one of our drive very much. This is our Tetrafino Aseptic 100 Ultra. So this project, yeah, and another very much innovative thing, that is Tetra food in Tetra Recart. So what we are doing here, that the food, actually we must be knowing that this food, that sahi rajma, dal makhni, different type of dal, different type of sabjis, that is packed in. So this cartons, this is retorting system. So this is also Tetra Pak carton system, and we started making these foods. We alternative to cans, glass jars, and pouches. So we put it towards this more biodegradable and sustainable system. Yeah. So as you said, sir, I'm concluding here. So if you have any question, please contact us. Don't hesitate to contact us at tetrapack.com. Visit us, and we will certainly respond to you. Thanking you.
Thank you, Mr. Thakur. It was quite, very enlightening, in fact, and I'm sure that the very dynamic, and the Bharat will be really a dynamic Bharat, maybe by end of this decade itself. So great
Yes,
to
sir.
have you. And so much of work that is being done by Tetra Pak, in fact, is not known to us. It's time that we create more consumer awareness about the kind of biodegradable packaging that you're working with. Of course, we've heard
Yeah.
about intelligent packaging, smart packaging. So the next big thing is going to be the biodegradable packaging. So thank you so much for joining in. Now let me go back to my
Thank you, sir.
previous speakers. And now let me have Dr. Senthil Kumar, my former colleague from IHR, before I rope in Nikhil for his presentation. Dr. Senthil, I would request you to please ensure that you finish off your presentation within the next 5 minutes. We are running much behind schedule. I don't want to make the other speakers wait for very long. Please try to understand my situation at this point in time. And since you're my friend, I can take liberty and request you to kindly go ahead and try to finish up as early as possible. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. I will do it. Hello. तैयार है, sir.
Right.
Yeah. Can you just share the slides? Yeah. I first of all, I thank Dr. Obrai, Director NIFTM, for giving me this opportunity and meet you all, the stalwarts of this, the food processing industry. It is a very learning exercise. I mean, the workshop, which I am getting a lot of knowledge and new ideas to work with. My topic, I just confined to the machinery side, the energy efficient machinery in handling and processing. I'll just little, next slide, please. Yeah, for any processing, or the efficient machinery, some of the points you may be knowing that I just listed. I think if at all you want to save energy in using machinery in the plant and wherever it is, probably the energy auditing, monitoring, and efficient management will be the first point. And this is all self-explanatory. I will not go again in each point. And variable speed controllers for electric motor, so that it can take up any different type of RPMs in the different machinery, so that it saves electrical energy. Use of heat recovery exchanger units wherever is possible, like whenever there is a heat exchange, heaters are available, where we can just recover the heat and exchange it, again use it for some other purpose wherever it is possible. That would be energy saving idea. Timers, last speakers and few speakers, they have talked about the sensors and IoT and the controlling systems. I think probably that kind of thing has to come in the the motor management, the machinery management. It's their effective operation and maintenance, as well as the controls. I think that would definitely give you the energy saving. And obviously the using of alternative energy sources instead of best way or an alternative way to. And of course the refrigeration and temperature controls, even if a perfect sensor, if it is used in the refrigeration system, that itself will give you the energy saving. So that kind of maybe a proper sealing, proper operation, and the management of refrigeration system will definitely give 10 to 20% of energy saving. So these are some of the points I thought that we have to consider for energy saving in our plant, or the use of machinery. Next, please. I start with the before handling and processing. Probably a proper and perfect harvesting system would have been a better choice, because you try to, with the AI and ML and vision based the automatic robotic harvesting system, if at all it is developed, and you can go for a ascertain the maturity, ripeness, size, and color, which are definitely suitable for our processing the industry, can be judged beforehand in the field itself, and then we can go for produce handling as well as the processing. Next. Yeah, and then I was talking about the integration of alternative energy at IHR. What we have done is energy to save electrical energy. We were able to, even by measurement, we have seen that 30 to 40% we could save electrical energy in pasteurization and the heating of all our even our hot water treatment unit. What we have integrated solar water heaters of 2000 liters, so that 1000 liters can be roughly, we can have it at 82 degree at the initial point. And also we installed solar steam generators to produce steam at roughly around 11 to 2 p.m. We could get a high pressure at least around 5 bar steam pressure we used to get it. So we integrated next to these following machinery, like where we had a hot water treatment which can be used for the treatment of mangoes against fruit fly and anthracnose, so that it can be treated and then it can be exported to some of the countries where the hot water treatment is a mandatory. So we used to fill that 3000 liters of water before heating, and then we switch on the heaters, so that the preheating electrical energy is saved in this. So this is a one way of really we experienced and saved energy using the solar hot water system. Next, please. This is and of course this is a completely computer controlled, managed, and all the data of the temperature and timer, everything will be controlled, and then it will be finally there will be a data sheet through which you can do the export of mangoes. Next. So next one is this one I have just come across the solar and biofuel powered cold storages are also available. Technologies available which can be adopted for storage of our fruits and vegetables. Next. And we integrated, we have developed an autoclave for mushroom pasteurization. That same autoclaves can be used for the pasteurization, in which where we have integrated solar water heater as well as solar steam, in which without switching on the electricity, we could do 160 kgs of grain pasteurization for the mushroom. So similarly, the even the autoclaves can be integrated with the solar steam generators or the solar hot water, so to save energy for pasteurization. Next, please. Yeah, so I think when Dr. Obrai was here with us at IHR, we all, developed this fruit and vegetable vending van using the solar energy, and of course only for the uh, and we have used the solar energies and of diesel. No, the running vehicle is under diesel, but whereas the running of this system, again the evaporative cooling system and LED system, as well as the audio and visual, everything for handling fruits and vegetables for even the transport as well as the selling of fruits and vegetables. So this is another way of saving the electrical energy by using alternative energy. This is what it's all practically proved, and it is widely used in Haryana and again this yeah, this next one, this is just how it is used. And again, one more thing we have developed, and this is a smaller version of that vehicle, and it's completely powered by solar panels, and even the driving and your evaporative cooling system as well as LED lights will be useful for fruits and vegetable handling as well as the selling fresh fruits and vegetables to the consumers at their doorstep. Next. Yeah, this is how it can be taken and then go to the consumer. Next. Yeah, these are some of the ideas done, and then where we could save energy in using the machinery, and that's what I thought I wanted to share with you all. Thank you so much, Dr. O'Brien and Director Niftam, for giving me this opportunity, and other experts who are with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Senthil. That was quite insightful. I mean, how small changes can make a difference in the lives of people. The solar operated fruit vegetable vending van, the car, the mushroom unit. I think it's the era of using solar energy for most of our operations and for having better sustainability. And I think what the important aspect that Dr. Senthil touched upon here, which maybe the other speaker will not touch upon, is harvesting time. It's very, very important to adjust the right maturity index for certain fruits, especially like tomatoes and mangoes, before you go for harvesting. The farmers use a very crude system. They'll just knock at the fruit and ensure that and judge whether the fruit is at the right stage of harvest or not. I think the use of robotics, use of drones with some kind of sensors where they can check the maturity index, and then robotics go into the field and start harvesting fruits. That also could be something that can be thought of. And it's time that we move on to our next speaker. Thank you very much, Dr. Senthil. And he is Nitin Gupta, whom I know for the past about 5-6 years, and he was the one who had taken technology for this food vegetable vending van, which Dr. Senthil was talking about, and he's made some inroads with the Haryana government subsidy scheme also is done well. And when I saw him in WFI 2023, just about 5 months back in Delhi, I was so pleased to know that he has developed a system which is able to grade fruits. He gave me a pack of apples which were graded apples based on size, weight, as well as internal defects. So these are small things. If we can put up a sensor on the farm and maybe run it through solar energy, that will solve half the problem. So I would like to know from Nitin of his journey from where he started up briefly, and then what are his ambitions. He's a startup entrepreneur who has done everything on his own. He spent a lot of his money, he has burnt his hand, and then he has moved on. But I'm so glad to meet him and seeing that here's a man who has done so much for agriculture, for food processing, and the supply chain. So over to you, Nitin, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Oberoi, for inviting me, and considering startup as a equally important stakeholder of this ecosystem. Good afternoon to all the senior officers from the government, all the eminent speakers. And it has been really, learning, a great learning for me also to learn from this vast variety from the experts and on the different technologies. At Sickle, what we do is we develop solutions based on the needs of the farmers. So we go to the farms, find out what is required, and then we start developing the solution. So we have always felt the technology is trivial, technology is already available. We just have to borrow it from other industries and we have to bring it here. Grading sorting being the first, I would say, the primary processing where after harvesting, when the food comes, and when it has to be graded and sorted. That is the first part of processing. What it says about is energy. It has already covered almost everything. And what I would want to give my inputs is there is a lot which can be done on the design stage. On the strategy itself, we can design things being more energy efficient and which can be more beneficial to the farmers. What we have done is we started with the grading sorting machinery, small machine for small farmers like growing orchard owners of apples, and then slowly we started building larger capacities. Now we have machines which can do grading sorting of capacities between 13 to 14 metric ton per hour of oranges and kilos. But again, now we have come back to the stage uh, where we have started focusing on the smaller machines because ultimately that the benefit of grading sorting, the financial benefit has to be passed on to the farmer. So being an agri-tech company, when we say we are an agri-tech company, it can only be justified if the benefit is being transmitted directly to the farmer. If it is not being done, then we are just a value chain company, or maybe we can say sorry, supply chain company, or maybe a machine manufacturer, not an agri-tech company. So with this motive, we had recently launched a very small machine which can be used by the apple orchardists. By they can do grading sorting of a small quantity, 500, 600 box in a day, and then they can sell their produce based on this graded produce. So what we have found is, so there is, first of all, from the business point of view also, it makes more sense to make smaller machines because these machines, when they are going to the smaller pack houses, the uses, the time throughout the year when they are being used is much higher. Because these farmers, they don't only use it for their own purpose, they give it on the lease also, they give it as a service also. So a lot of people are using that as a service model. And like a lot of other speakers have also spoken about this model of cooperatives or creating that FPOs who can run those pack houses. So I'll tell you what, you'll be amazed to know one of the most advanced machinery which we have sold so far have actually gone to either individual farmers or to the FPOs. And they have been able to make that profit also out of it. And that gives us more, I would say, satisfaction and fulfilling that, their aspiration of making that profit rather than being transferred to the value chain in between. So one is that going closer and bringing those value addition services to the farms. Grading sorting. If I am going to the thelewala and I am buying tomatoes, actually I am doing grading sorting manually, and I'm doing that. I'm making that profit because I'll go morning. I'll take the best produces from the thelewala and I'll go. If somebody trader is doing, he will be making that profit. And imagine if that technology, the piece of technology can go to the farms. So whatever 20-30% extra benefit is there because of the grading sorting can directly be passed on to the farmers. Yes, it comes with the different challenges that, different stakeholders have to purchase that material. But that, now farmers are, able to overcome that challenges. And the same is in the case of other processing machinery also. I think, making smaller machinery which can directly be used by farmer is much more useful. For example, like, we go to the farm and, people keep on asking, do you have any solution? Let's say chips for making apple chips, so that the farmer directly can do chips making for the quantity which is extra for him, which we cannot sell otherwise, which is he has to actually dump, or now let's say for small milk production, can it be converted into ghee? There is some machine for that. So those micro machinery model might be much more required, and can be more successful. So this is what my say is. I would not want to everybody's time. I take this opportunity to share one more request, which can be, if it can be passed on to Ministry of Food Processing Industry, is that this whole industry is working on the end product, which is food. And for any agri input, agri produce is does not come under GST. The same. So, but what happens is, if a farmer is buying a machinery, he has to pay 18% the GST, but he cannot claim that GST ever in his life, because whatever he's selling is out of the scope of GST. So I think there should be some way to give advantage to the farmer to take credit back of this GST, because subsidy, it is always a pain for everybody to pay that GST extra tax. So earlier, in fact, all the grading sorting machinery was falling under 12% GST panel, and now it has gone to 18%. So my request will be here, if if this suggestion can be taken up, and maybe if the GST can be reduced to 12 or 5%, or at least to the farmer or FPOs, so that they don't have to pay that burden of the tax. So with that, I would like to conclude, and thank you so much again, Dr. Oberoi, for inviting me and letting me share my thoughts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nathan. It was really very informative, and I will surely take your point further. We will record it as one of the points as deliverables, to see that the GST in processing machinery could be reduced, especially the one which is being used on farm. And we'll share it with the ministry. We'll share your thoughts with the ministry and see that something could be done about. Thank you so much for your time. Now, another little change in the schedule. Now, Dr. Katyar, who has a class at about 1:50, which requested me to, if we can have him in instead of the speakers for one particular session. As we are delayed about 40 minutes, I would request Dr. Vimal Katyar, who is Dean R&D at IIT Guwahati, and is also chair of the scientific panel on packaging of FSSAI, and a very known expert in the area of food packaging, and he's been instrumental in devising a lot of packaging films. He's been working on bioplastic, biodegradable films for quite some time now. Would like to have some insights on the science of packaging from him, and how to make food packaging more sustainable. I was talking to Rajneet Kohli the other day, who is CEO of Britannia. I just wrote an idea to him that when do I get to eat the Good Day biscuits with food ink, which has antioxidants in it, and the packet has fiber in it. So I would not like to eat the biscuit alone. I would like to eat the biscuit along with the packet. So to make that happen, let's hear it from Dr. Vimal Katyar, please. Professor Katyar. Please unmute yourself, Professor sir. We can't hear you. Can you please unmute yourself? Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Okay. Can you? Okay. So thank you very much, sir, for giving me an opportunity to discuss about the sustainable packaging. And here I would like to talk about, because the time is limited, I will try to wind up in 5 minutes. And okay, so today I would like to discuss about the sustainable food of, as far as food are concerned, and the safety aspect of the food. The packaging plays a very important role. It is not just like aesthetics, but also it gives a value to the producers, as well as to the shelf life of it. Nowadays, here in this particular slide, I just wanted to show that IIT Guwahati has gone ahead, especially on sustainable policy for masters and PhD program. Anyway, when we talk about the packaging, we all understood that the packaging plays a very important role, and 40% of the plastic production used to go for a packaging. And if you're really going to see that this all 40%, the 50% share used to taken by the food packaging industries. But we in the recent years we understood that there are certain limitations about these conventional non-degradable packaging, though most of the packaging is coming from a petrochemical feedstock. Now we have to rethink that. Though so far we have saturated with the packaging, such a nice packages are there in the market, but there are certain limitations, especially after the service life of these packages. So there is a need to come up with these packages which are sustainable in nature in two aspects. As we talk about the carbon footprint, we may brought it the package from a package or the plastic which is made, the packages which is made of plastic could be a possibly a sustainable plastic. We can think about the two aspects. One is the beginning of life of these kind of packages. So what happen if you're really going to make these kind of plastic from renewable feedstock? It will be really going to help us to come up with a shorter carbon cycle. That will be that's good when we draw the such kind of plastic packages from renewable feedstock. And so that's what bioplastics comes into the picture. However, such plastics after a service life, if it can go back to into the back to the nature in terms of by composting it or by biodegradation, that will really going to help to the removal of carbon from the environmental compartment. So today I'm just going to highlight these kind of sustainable packaging, sustainable materials which can be used for a packaging application. Though if you're really going to talk about the packages, to say biodegradable polymers which can be used for a packages, you understood there are many. Even from ancient time, we used to use various biopolymers and biomasses in order to make a sustainable some sustainable packaging that was there in ancient time. However, now we have come with the modern packaging, and these packagings are having a limitation of non-degradable. However, there are some of the polymers like polyhydroxyalkanoate, PHAs, and some of the polylactic acid and polybutylene succinate and PBAT. These class of the polymers considered to be a compostable polymer as a given standards can be possibly replaced with some of the conventional plastics. I would like to give you just the status of these plastics which can be used for a packaging application. If you're really going to see the set of polymers, though it is known for can be utilized for a packaging application, but we do not have a footprint in India as a commercial entity for making these kind of polymers. However, I would like to tell you the last month one of the company the production plant of making one of the biodegradable plastic, which will be a very important ingredient for packaging industries. So there certainly we would in near future we would like to see the large scale production of polymers of compostable polymer as well as their packages. I would like, even though the polylactic acid is well known, however, they are having certain limitations. Suppose if we would like to, even though IIT Guwahati is also come up with the 200 kg pilot plant of making this kind of plastic, but and thereafter the using these plastics to make it a different kind of a processes like making a carry bags and using these kind of plastics for a mulch film and for some other agriculture uses. Here I would like to tell you, if suppose the compostable polymer, we call it the PLA, if it comes to the market, still it is difficult to replace the conventional polymers like a PET with this kind of a polymer, because if really talk about the oxygen transmission rate of some of the biodegradable polymer, especially a PLA, is 10 times higher than the PET. If you would really like to replace a PET, especially for stringent food packaging application, we have to reduce the oxygen transmission rate by 10-fold and water vapor transmission rate by 2 to 3-fold. We have made a significant attempt to improve the properties of biodegradable plastics, and we have come up with a formulation by which we could able to reduce oxygen transmission rate by around 10-fold. And also these degradable plastics are having some aesthetic difficulties, limitations, as glass transition temperature are high. We could able to make it very smooth, this polymer, so that there should not be unwanted noise will come from the packages. So this is the one aspect of using a biodegradable plastic. I mean to say, directly we cannot use, but certainly after modification we can use it. And another problem is that the conventional biodegradable plastic which are coming to market, they are having a heat deflection temperature which is around 70 degrees centigrade. But we Indians, we are having a habit to take the warm food, the food close to be in 80, 90, 100 degrees centigrade. We have developed packages which can have a heat deflection temperature around more than 100 degrees centigrade. These packages can be useful. So if you can see this contact material, these are compostable polymer, and you can see the commercial polymer based these trays. It's not heat stable when we are pouring a boiled water. However, our developed trays which are compostable in nature and quite a heat stable material. So I'm just moving forward. I mean to say, it is not only to make the good package and to improve the shelf life, but it has been found that during a cultivation also, these biodegradable compostable plastics can be used. If considering for mushroom cultivation, we have found these bioplastics have improved the maturity of the mushroom, as well as after a service life, it will be used as a biocompostable. I mean to say bio fertilizer as well. So in fact, what happens that if we can combine these secondary biodegradable to figure it out, even we could able to increase the shelf life of the khasi mandarin, which is predominantly here in Meghalaya, and by more than 2 months, when we are having a combination of biodegradable edible coatings with the secondary packaging, that is also a compostable one. You can see that uncoated one, what is the fate and where is the see, even for a top tomato, onion, potato, we could able to increase the shelf life for tomato more than 1 month. Potato and onion without a germination, it goes more than 2 months at room temperature at a normal conditions. That kind of the technology we have developed, and that will really going to help to the farmers to improve the shelf life as well as a livelihood for them, especially the cultivating a lot of pineapples. We have also tested with the pineapple these edible coatings and enhance the this, and these are non-toxic coatings. We have investigated all this. Though we are working on very much on the packaging, because packaging, we have to understand the various aspects. Packaging, when we talk about the sustainable and compostable packaging, it means our whole package should be fall into the category, whether it is having additives, whether it is a color in it, whether we brought in some certain active ingredient into the packaging, that all hold together the package should be a sustainable and non-toxic in nature. And we are trying to develop these kind of materials from the first principle, from material, and developing so many packaging and utilizing the biomass in order to bring the package into the circularity, so that we could able to manage a carbon footprint. I'm really very sorry because time is very limited. I just close my presentation, and we are very much dedicated to bring a new class of material which will be very useful for a packaging application. A lot need to be done. Time is very short. I'm sorry, sir, but I could manage. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Anna. You've done a wonderful job in a very short span of time. It was really very interesting. And when Sodhi sir was talking about his thali, and then Puneet said that quality assurance is something that is missing in thali, I think your packaging can serve that purpose also. Packaging can improve the quality assurance of the thali. And you have shown that with the kind of research and the work that you have done. Thank you so much, Dr. Katia. It was lovely having you here. Now we move on to the next session, which is on novel food processing technologies and bioprocessing. And to begin with, we have with us none other than Mr. Sanjay Singhal, who is a stalwart in the food industry, having spent so much of time with ITC Limited. He's the chief operating officer. And ITC is one company. We started with tobacco. It's like when we say top to total, tomato, onion, potato to total in MOFPE terms. Same is the case with ITC, which started with tobacco, and now you can see the kind of verticals they're handling. And they have forayed into fruits, vegetables, processing, dairies, bakeries, beverages. They are everywhere around. So it's a pleasure for us to have Mr. Sanjay Singhal with us, who is a well-known figure in industry, in food industry. So without wasting much time, I would just request you for your brief insights into what you think are required to be done for making Bharat a Viksit Bharat. Thank you very much for joining in, sir.
No, good afternoon for inviting me. So, good afternoon to all members. Uh, Obviously, we had a very good session by Mr. Sudhi and other speakers who spoke about the challenges that India will have to feed the largest population in the world in a couple of years. And that is a challenge of a very high order because in many categories, top two growers of that of commodity. However, our inherent supply chains that are there, as well as our go-to-market mechanisms, lead to either a lot of wastage, fruit wastage, how much fruit which is grown by the farmer, and how much reaches table fruit or is processed, is well known to all of us. I think the other part, one is the wastage, other part is the cost, because the more efficient the entire supply chain from the farm to the fork is, the lesser is the not only the wastage, but the lesser is also the premium that the consumer has to pay. And one of the speakers in the morning talked about India becoming a developed country, but that is still some time away, and we food reachable to the consumer at the lowest possible price. We have to pay price to the farmer, but the wastage and the middleman, how much we are paying right now, is something which we have to assess. So that is one part. The second part basically is in terms of the what we are seeing today in terms of change and the challenges in climate, in rainfall, etc., which is also having a, a role to play in the larger picture. So when from ITC we look at this, I mean, and we are the largest packaged food company in the country today. We see that as a challenge, and we also see that as an opportunity, because there's opportunity to feed the 1.5 billion people in terms of the various requirements that may have. So when, sir, you asked me to talk about novel food processing technology, I think that one will have to obviously look at it from a complete 360 supply chain perspective. What I mean to say, and I will give an example of dairy, because that is one business which ITC is only 6 years. So this organization is very old. So we are just learning, as you can see from stalwarts like Sudhi Saab and other people. But I mean, the real technology challenge is really that our milk procurement is still happening the way it used to happen at a very basic level, maybe 50 years back, which is at a village level. So from there to the village Sahayak or the village center to the district center to the factory is itself a challenge in terms of transporting and keeping the product quality intact in terms of MBRT, in terms of basic fat and SNF, in terms of other parameters that are important from a good nutritious glass of milk. Then comes the entire challenge of processing in terms of and that is very important, because one of the biggest problems we have seen in India in dairy, for example, is the amount of adulteration that happens in milk. Adulteration goes up when the dairy prices are high, as you know, but it doesn't go away even now when the dairy prices are trending down. So how do you really assess and check the adulteration at the village level? I don't think we have figured out. because the equipment required there is not easily deployable, let's say, at a village processing center. So I think that is the one part of processing. Next part of processing is really what a manufacturer like us does for atta for Ashirwad, or a wheat for Ashirwad, or for a spices for Ashirwad, or for a packet of milk in the case of Ashirwad milk in East India, is the processing. And there I want to spend a minute, because a minute back Mr. Sodhi talked about the fact that aspiration in India is going up. I'll give you a couple of examples that really struck me in the last few years. We have a we have a we have a small new 4-year-old dairy business in Bihar, where we sell basic milk products, curd, mishti dahi, etc., under Ashirwad brand. And I was surprised to learn from my sales team that, because everybody is watching the same social media, everybody has a geo connection, so consumers needs, even a rural Bihar, on food safety, on food quality, are the same probably today as urban India. And I'll give you an example. So my sales team came back to me that in this particular village, where we have a village collection center of milk, the farmer is coming to sell milk in a pail, in a bucket, and is a packet of Ashirwad milk from us, because his wife or her children, she wants homogenized milk, she wants pasteurized milk, she wants a certain quality of food safety. So it is not that the premiumization is happening at urban only, it is happening even in the ground today, because they are exposed to the same, etc., etc., from for their processing will have to only not only take care of urban India, but also requirements of rural India. The second part is that, obviously, as a food company, we are ultimately delivering to our consumers in 1.5, 1.6 million outlets in the country every week the produce of the farmer, be it the wheat for Ashirwad, or as I said, the milk for Ashirwad, pouch milk. And hence, if we have to really give the farmer a reasonable, remuneration for his efforts throughout the year, we will have to add value. Now, value can be added by pouch milk, value can be added by curd, maybe that's 1.2x value, maybe a mishti dahi is 1.5x value, maybe a paneer is 2x value. More technologies on food preservation, like Tetra Pak. There was a speaker before me who spoke about the Tetra Pak value addition. That is 1.5x. A pouch of milk is 40, 45 rupees, 46 rupees. Tetra Pak milk is 65 rupees. But we have to go further above the value addition. For example, into the dairy beverage category. Post-COVID, we have seen a lot of growth in the milkshake category, which was very, very dominant for many years. That category of milkshakes or dairy beverages today has become as much as the juices category. So, so we, along with some other manufacturers later on, we invested in a leading edge technology, or the aseptic PET technology, where you can give not only a milkshake, but you can add fruit pieces to a milkshake, so that you give a eating and drinking experience to the consumer. And this is how I think we will go up the value chain as to meet the aspirations of the urban and rural consumer from a product delivery and a nutrition and taste perspective, and add value, reduce wastage, reduce costs, so that we are able to give the best possible remuneration to the farmer for the work he is doing. I think the other part of the entire thing is exports, because we don't do a lot of dairy exports. They are very cyclical whenever the rates go up globally. But value added dairy, and you are right, it was very good to see that Amul has launched milk in cans in US last week. But the opportunity is very, very large. I think there is a representative of MFPI here also. I think that the entire Europe, Indian dairy manufacturers, even responsible, good quality ones, are today unable to export a ghee or a milkshake or a good dairy product from India because of certain restrictions that are there in terms of that. So I think the other one I would like to talk about is how the industry and the government can come together and enable good quality exports to other parts, because I mean the fact is that India has some of the best quality of farm produce. And while our primary responsibility is to meet the thali requirements of the Indian population, there is also a value addition possible for the export market, and there are a lot of learnings also which are possible. So I won't take much time. I know we are running behind time, so I wanted to emphasize the point that we will have to look at this problem in terms of value addition right across the entire supply chain using technology, right from the farm sourcing to the aggregator. And ITC has done a lot of work now in Mars in terms of working with FPOs, which is the next stage from our initial work on the e-Chopal many years back. So, and then of course the manufacturing of value add. There are many supply chains I can talk about in the entire food business that we are in, but I think that I would like to just end here, sir, with your permission.
Thank you very much, sir. Well said. You talked about one very important things. You talked about climate change, and you also, in fact, needless to mention that if somebody has to talk about converting challenges into opportunities, there can't be a better company than ITC, which has shown us the way forward. And it's really very important to have a responsible producer, responsible processor, and responsible consumer. And I feel that, together maybe with the ITC and academic institute like ours, we can spread a word across all the three important stakeholders here. Thank you very much, sir. It was very insightful. Now, when you talk about food, when you talk about Single Sub talked about food, and in the morning we heard the shelf life of food, the flavor of food. But we'd like to know, like, whether this palatable food is also palatable to the gut microflora that we have. Because I would really want to see, like, if you look at the lifespan of a Japanese, it's about 84 years compared to that of an Indian, which is about 70 years. If somebody tells me that this is what you have to eat, and this is the frequency at which you have to eat, and you're going to live for another 10 years, I would love to do that. I'd forget about everything else and love to do that. I'm sure most of you would love to do that. Dr. Sujata now, she is the global lead as far as the nutrition and the HUL is concerned. She is, a nutritionist, and basically has been heading HUL's nutrition South Asia and global beverage portfolio. And it's a pleasure to have Dr. Sujata Jayaraman with us, a stalwart in our area. And of course, I would like to know from you, ma'am, about what kind of changes do the gut system, as well as I would like to be a happy person eating the kind of food that you devise for me. So thank you very much for the patience. My apologies for having put you people on hold because the initial cover up soon. So the floor is all yours, ma'am.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Oberoi. Thank you for this opportunity, and it was a fantastic day. Thank you for bringing everybody together. It's 10 minutes, so I put together a few charts. Let me share my presentation, if it allows me to share.
We'll have it shared for you. I think you've sent the
Okay, that would be great. Yeah. So I head the R&D for the nutrition business, which is the foods, beverages, and functional foods for South Asia for Unilever. And I'm also a beverages person. So I'm going to more give you the R&D perspective today. In my next chart, before I go into superfoods and challenges, first I want to talk about what diet we eat and what is the problem that we really want to solve. So in my next chart, I've just consolidated the research work that was published. Can we move to the next chart, please? Yeah. So the research that is published in the BMC Public Health by Dr. Sharma et al. This primarily talks about comparing the diet, the Indian diet, with the Lancet's Eat Right diet, and looking at the differences and giving a dietary diversity score. Higher the dietary diversity score, it is more nutritious and it offers a balanced nutrition. And if you now look at the Indian diet, it's primarily we eat too much of carbohydrates, fat, salt, and sugar, and too less of protein and micronutrients. So that makes it completely not diverse, and hence it gets a lower dietary score. This is one thing definitely we need to strive to achieve. And in the next chart, science is more than proven. When I keep say next chart, please keep moving. Science is more than proven that we are what we eat, and especially when we eat a better and balanced diet, we will be healthy. This is more than proven. And also what is intriguing is every individual's response to the same diet is different. Even if you take an identical twins, they eat the same. But if you look at the metabolites that go into the serum, it's very different. When there was a study done to look at the glucose response, triglyceride response, giving 100 people same diet, they responded very, very differently. So this now calls, if we need to design nutritious food that will give an impact on, will enable improving the health, then it is personalized nutrition to look at. Now, this is the most emerging and the advanced, every one of the nutritionists is primarily looking at, in my next chart, every one of the nutritionists is primarily looking at what is personalized nutrition. There is a lot of research going. This is the Horizon 3 area for nutrition science. If we need to deliver personalized nutrition, it starts with the gadgets with which we can get personalized information, that is either microbiota profile or their genetic mapping, and then space that will cater to the individual, and then also promoting the behavior change that is suited for them, and then which can eventually result in overall health improvement. But this, we can see, this is more the future, and science is evolving, and today it is very expensive. So in my next chart, if we need, what is today personalization, but it makes it affordable, and some common principles that we can use to cater to everybody. And then eventually we travel to the personalized nutrition, which is probably a decade ahead of us. In the next chart, I a little bit touch upon what is Unilever's approach, which can, by designing products that are affordable and can also apply across the population. So there are three principles. We talk about personalization today, which can eventually lead to personalized nutrition. When I talk about personalization, it is about having a product portfolio that giving choices to the consumer basis their lifestyle. For example, having products which are low in salt and sugar, so that when enabling people to make healthier choices, and also offering products which are higher in proteins, fibers, which are the macronutrients, very essential to have a healthy nutrition balance. How can we provide products with that so that we can make it affordable and also available to everybody? Then there is a big opportunity about specialized nutrition. Can we design products to specific segments whose nutritional needs are very different? So I'll give some examples on these two little later. And then on personalized nutrition, what we can do today is how can we use artificial intelligence and the big data to collect informations about their people, on their behavior, when they eat, what they eat, and what is their lifestyle, and then specifically prescribe some diet solutions to them. That is what we can use using AI. And the superfoods underpins all three segments. And I'm using the definition of superfoods from Harvard Public Health. It's the nutrient dense, it offers diet diversity, and eventually it leads to measurable benefit. So this is the definition I'm using in my chart. And in subsequent charts, I'll give you some examples about at Hindustan Unilever, what we are doing to able to bring the superfoods to the consumers, and also what are the challenges when we design products with super grains, and also to make them to be nutrient dense. The first example I'll take for the first pillar, which is about how to offer healthier choices to the consumers, which for a healthy lifestyle. So this is about how do we use millets in our health food, in our in Horlicks. That's the first example I'll give. So here we have used 15% of millets. We have used multiple millets here, which to deliver naturally higher fibers, naturally higher, more calcium and iron. And of course, the product is also fortified with 22 essential micronutrients that delivers the daily requirements of the consumer. But the major problem that we needed to address when we use millets is everybody spoke about how do we design these products. Taste. This is where the process technologies, flavor technologies come into play, where some of the bitterness molecules that we need to remove, and most importantly, anti-nutrients which prevent the absorption of also removing that becomes critical, and process science is very essential here. And while designing these, we cannot compromise other parameters which are very critical. For example, in products like this, which is an instant dissolution, it need to dissolve, it need to flow, it cannot cake. So many of these other the physico-chemical parameters, how do we address while we are using super grains, is where technologies are needed. Now, one of the more research is required on looking at we have applied a good amount of process technologies, chemistry expertise to be able to address that. But I also want to put forward, there's a lot more research that is required on how to improve the stability of millets so that we can no compromise on shelf life. Then the second one is how can we do research to look at bioavailability in the presence of many of these millet ingredients is something to be to research and create evidences for. And this will then come in handy how much we really need to use. Do we need to use very high, or we can use super concentrates, which we can use it at lower level, will really advance this particular area. In my next chart, I spoke about specialized nutrition. I'll give you one example about how can we design. One of the big area and opportunity in India is designing products for diabetes patients. We all know India is second only to China. We are not proud about it, but this is a problem to address. And there are very specific needs for people who have diabetes. We need products which are naturally low GI, so that they are able to control their blood sugar. And second one, they definitely need to control their weight if they are not too active. So how do we design products that help, like prebiotics, which can help the digestive health becomes important. So how do we design products that promote digestive health is super critical. And that is the approach we have taken. We have designed products that help in with high fibers, specifically delivering 22 gram fiber in a serving, that enables a good control, maintaining a very good digestive health, and thereby they can also control weight. So this had been the philosophy we have applied. And in the next chart, a little bit more on the product science. We have used the Nutrios and Fibrosol. These are when we have to deliver such very high levels of fibers, controlling the viscosity and the physicochemical properties become critical. And that is where the choice of fibers we use become important to be able to deliver a product that meets every requirement that consumers desire. And also these fibers need to be soluble and bioavailable. If they are insoluble, then they get excreted, then you don't get the physiological benefit that we are looking for. And that's how we have designed, and it's also clinically proven to be able to deliver the benefits that we spoke about, and really helps the diabetic patients for their control of blood sugar and weight management. And I do think this is an area where there is a lot more scope that we could bring in and addressing specific needs of people at various different life stages. Then the last bit, I little bit cover about the one of my favorite space, which is the gut health. I started with diet diversity. If we can go to the next chart, there is a lot of science that's research going on in getting the microbiota in the gut, how it helps in overall health. I should say that if something we all speak about, if you have a good gut microbiota, diverse gut microbiota, your immunity enhances, you can sleep well, and all these put together also reduces the stress. So this is now proven, and a diverse diet also enables to improve the diversity of gut microbiome, thereby improving the overall health. And in the next chart, one of the cutting edge science that we are doing with holobiome, who global experts in microbiome science, is what I would like to little bit highlight. Again, this is super interesting. Our body, there are so many microbiomes in our body. Can we, and they are factories, right? They are micro factories by themselves. They are going on acting and they are consuming the food that we are eating and producing some other molecules. Can we trigger them? Which will improve our mental health, which will make us happy. So this is a very interesting kind of research. There are many products under nutraceuticals that are being that are coming up that can help us to reduce stress. And it is interesting, there are many plant nutrients that can help producing molecules like GABA, which are well depression. And what we are working with holobiome is, can we use our gut microbiome? Can we screen some of those food ingredients or the food nutrients from plant-based, and try to see, can we have some of these food nutrients will that enable the gut microbiome to produce more of GABA? This is a very interesting piece of research that we are doing. I do think this is the future. How do we use what is there in our body itself to start producing molecules that are good for us, and thereby we don't need to take medicine, and these can improve our health, is the Horizon 3 kind of research that is ongoing and leveraging the gut microbiomics. And this is the last piece of triggering your thought. Although this is it's all in the early stage of research, but I do think this is a very promising area of research, and we all need to watch out for and probably support in doing this kind of research in India. So with this thought, thank you everyone. And we are what we eat, and it's very important. And this quote always excites me: food is the single strongest lever to optimize human health and environmental sustainability on earth. I believe it, and that's what we spoke about today. And thank you everyone for your listening. And thank you for this opportunity, Dr. Oberoi.
Thank you, Dr. Sujata. Thank you, ma'am, for a wonderful presentation about the personalized nutrition. In fact, you have not only triggered my mind, but you have triggered my gut as well. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to ask my colleague, Dr. Neetu, to get the culture that we have come out with, the probiotic culture, to get tested for GABA, in case that's really producing, really collaborate with you. And I feel the 3D printing technology, the 4D printing technologies can really help us in coming out with the personalized nutrition solutions too. And we are doing a bit of work, as we discussed with you during your visit. We are doing a bit of work on the stability of millet, the millet flours, also the bioavailability, because we got the facilities for in vivo, in vitro, ex vivo, as well as animal host models. I think we'd like to collaborate more with HUL and see that we achieve some success in these domains. Thank you so much. It was really, really very enlightening. If I'm able to eat a nutritious food, though it's time for me to have lunch now, but then if I eat a nutritious lunch and it removes all the stresses that I get, I'm able to sleep. I think half the battle is won. Thank you very much for a very insightful presentation. Thank you so much. Now, coming back, now I would like to see that, Dr. Sujata talked about the superfoods. But in order to produce the superfoods, we really require the food scientists, the food technologists, and the institute like ours to devise technologies, devise strategies through which we can really develop the superfoods. It's easier said than done. So I'd like to rope in my friend Dr. Prabodh Halde now and ask him what is the kind of, because he's a person who is omnipresent. You can see him anywhere and everywhere around. And he is basically head of regulatory affairs at Marico, but double PhD in food science and food technologies that we have. I'd like to hear from him about and the technologies which can really develop these kind of superfoods. Over to you, Dr. Prabodh. Do we have Dr. Prabodh Halde with us here? In case if he's not there, then I request Professor Rekha Singhal who is a stalwart and a personality to be reckoned with as far as food science and technology is concerned. ICT Mumbai, and I think she is fellow of all the known societies in the country, be it the National Academy of Agriculture Sciences, be it Indian National Science Academy, National Academy of Sciences India, and the one who leads by example. She has been a mentor to many of the students, many of the faculties. So, Professor Singhal, can we have your presentation here, please? The floor is all yours. Once again, let me check if there is some technical.
सर इन्होंने अनम्यूट नहीं किया था हमें ओबेरॉय सर ओबेरॉय सर
चलिए चलिए अब आप अनम्यूट हो गया प्लीज गो अहेड देन विल हैव प्रोफेसर सिंघल आप अनम्यूट हो गए कैन विल हैव योर वर्ड्स ऑफ विजडम प्लीज या
so sorry so who is going
sorry
to
for the
speak?
technical glitch yeah
Sir, should I speak or Professor Singhal ma'am is going to speak?
No, you can go ahead. We can ask Professor Singhal to come after you.
Okay, great. So can you please present my okay, great. So thank you Oberoi Saab for wonderful actually this meet. I would like to thanks to the management NIFTM personally to Oberoi Saab because it Bharat and for 1948 to 2047 I think that it's possible. Next slide please. I will complete my presentation in next 7 minutes. Next slide please. Can you change please? Friends, unless we have some crisis, the innovation is not possible, and that has been shown in many cases, including the Israel. If you see within India, the community which has developed most is community coming from the crisis. And same way, we have to make it something which is a crisis, and then only the innovation can happen. And in food and food processing, now there is a crisis. We have to make sure that we empower the farmer. Next slide please. Innovation can only happen if there is any crisis. Friends, in India the big problem is that dependency on agriculture is around 60%. The contribution of the agriculture and food processing sector is only 20% in GDP. Unless you do value addition, this number will not change. Farmer will not be empowered. We have to really bring some kind of innovation, bring some technologies which will add value to the farmer's income. Next slide. I always wonder the innovations which are disruptive innovations which happen in Ola case, Make My Tree, Facebook, Paytm, smartphone, internet. Why such innovations could not happen in the food processing? Why still we are in the traditional mode? Why only we are thinking about only traditional way of processing? Why the
I'll say, when I heard about it, it was appearing as an impossible task that you can collate so many eminent speakers, actually from the industry as well as from the industry and academia. And I was listening to all of them this morning. Thank you so much. I think I have enlightened myself a lot today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pritipal Singh ji. So have we. We have also been blessed. We also feel so enlightened with the kind of wisdom that we are getting from each one of you. It was wonderfully hearing you because you touched about the basics of nutraceuticals. I think the Super Thali is going to bring in a lot of change. If I'm seeing the Viksit Bharat, the Bharat as a Viksit Bharat, this is going to be a Super Thali which is packed by a biopolymer, and the thali is also sort of edible thali, which gives me all the benefits. And again, very important, like personalized nutrition, that is something we need to work upon. I think we'll take your ideas forward and look forward to closely interacting with you in the near future as well. Thank you very much. Now, when you talk about proteins, so we have one of our students who has now turned out to be an entrepreneur. So NIFTM is a unique institute in a way, like we have developed about 35 odd entrepreneurs who are not only job seeking, who are creating jobs for others as well. So we have Debabrata with us. Debabrata Das is the founder of a company called ProPlant Foods Private Limited. I would request Debabrata, since we have very less time in hand, I will not be able to I can take the liberty of cutting you short here and ask you to just give a brief talk of about 5 minutes, and we wind it up with you. Yeah, all yours now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share my journey. And I have a very small span of time to cover a lot of the things, but I've noted down some of the things. But I will mostly go with my journey, what exactly we have done till now, and how exactly the students can get the benefit out of it. And currently, a lot of things are already available in the market. We just have to tap the market and see how exactly we're going to leverage that. So I just wanted to start. Can I be able to get access to share my screen? So, okay.
Debabrata, I would request you to, just go extempo rather than sharing your screen because it's taking time. I think, has he logged out?
Sir, he has dropped.
Okay, then we'll get his slides and share with the participants. Now let's move on further. I think it's time. We've already been delayed by about 1 hour 15 minutes, so I can't delay keep others waiting here. Now we have kept I think best for the last, and we have with us Ms. Ratna Bhushi. She's a senior editor with the Economic Times, and I'm sure Ratna, hearing to all these speakers this morning, must be pretty tired as well. But believe me, like even I'm a little tired as you might have been, but this was quite informative. It was quite informative, getting knowledge right from a farmer or a farmer producer organization to superfoods, to super proteins, and personalized nutrition, and the thali concept taking a transformation. So I strongly feel that whenever I interacted with you or the others in media, while I was at FSSAI or I'm at NIFTM here, we get to know the ground realities that you all come up with, and you let us know what's happening around in each area. So we are really sort of crazy. We would like to know from you as to how media feels the food processing sector is taking shape, and what is media's instruction or advice to the food processing sector as a whole, so that we can all, academia, industries, farmer producer organizations, government can work together and take a step forward and make Bharat a real Viksit Bharat. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Oberoi. Thank you, NIFTM, for inviting me to speak among this eclectic gathering. It's been such an informative and enlightening morning listening to all the distinguished speakers, all of whom are torchbearers of the Indian food processing sector and the economy. I'm also humbled to be speaking at the same event as one of corporate India's leading lights, which is Mr. R.S. Sodhi, whom I've had the honor of knowing for many years. So, Dr. Oberoi and esteemed guests, I'd like to start with the legendary ad line by television brand Onida, Neighbors Envy, Owners Pride. That's exactly India's status today. India ranks fifth in world GDP rankings now. Thanks to our diversity and growth potential, we've entrenched ourselves firmly on the world map. We are the core bastion of growth, a country where every multinational worth its balance sheets wants to come and invest in, at a time when global economies are being roiled either by economic slowdown or geopolitical strife. The India growth story, as you'll all agree, is in refreshing contrast. It's being fueled by many key sectors, one of which is agriculture, which is the spotlight today. To set the ball rolling on today's topic, food processing, it is a bedrock for world economies and indeed India's economy, which is at the crossroads as the country looks to achieve its targeted goal of $1.5 trillion by year 2047. As much as it is crucial for all stakeholders to come together and collaborate to achieve this objective, so is the role of media, which is seeing an amalgamation of content from print to digital to television to podcasting. While food processing and food safety is frequently in the media spotlight, is it the right kind of spotlight? Even if I say so myself. While policies and intent are in place, the dissemination of all crucial messaging and each of its stakeholders needs to be taken forward responsibly through the lens of the media. So, what can we, the media fraternity, do? Quite a lot, actually. Our country has over a billion plus population, well over 4,000 cities, so many diverse languages, cultures, and food habits. But what's the common thread between each of us, irrespective of our jobs, economic status, social standing, family backgrounds, etc.? The common thread is that we all need safe and healthy food. From farms to our dining tables is reaching us through neighborhood kiranas to modern trade to supermarkets to e-commerce. Quick commerce, 10-minute deliveries. Then there are enough and more digital brands selling us staples like wheat, rice, pulses, etc., straight from farms without artificial chemicals or pesticides. Affluent housing societies are organizing farmer markets and Sunday kitchens. Yet, very often, some of these headlines do not make it to mainstream news. Unfortunately, even if I say so myself. We've taken massive strides in food processing, but sometimes we often miss giving out key messaging. I've tried to break down the roles that we media can play more proactively. One is the FSSAI. I'm sure there are FSSAI representatives in this stellar gathering. So FSSAI is doing some really good work in in the space of food safety today, from hygiene of street vendors to dairy, restaurants, trains, etc. But how many of us, hand on heart, have seen such news being flashed on primetime news or on the front pages of newspapers or podcasts? Unfortunately, not much. That needs to change. We need to tell consumers, stakeholders, we need to get this message across to our children, students, colleagues, societies. Two, we need to do as much more as we need to highlight the positive stories as well as talking about stories which dwell on food shortage, debates about safety of genetically modified foods, negative environmental impact by factories, and agri supply chain leakages. Stories that would serve as wake-up calls for authorities. We need to get the real stories out and move away from sensational headlines or posturing. I'd like to call upon all my peers to do a lot more, so that we can we've done a lot, but we need to do a lot more. So there are constant lobbies and pressure groups. There are government lobbies, and it's up to the media to sift reality from posturing and to make debates fair and not polarized, so that the outcomes are not compromised and are fair. And three, there's a massive amount of misinformation out there, which I, as a journalist and reporter at Economic Times, have often encountered myself. There's an air of mistrust sometimes between media, the food industry, and the consumer. I'll give you an example. Today, if I am a consumer and not just a journalist, I'd be mighty confused. A prominent company tells me that this product is safe and good for you. An influencer with 50,000 followers on Instagram tells me that this product, the same product, has a lot of sugar and salt, which is not good for me. The food regulator says that they are looking at this matter, and they will come back with regulation, which often takes a lot of time. International regulators tell me something else. Lobbyists and health activists say, no, you ban this product. As a consumer, what do I do? Where do I go? I don't know whether this product is indeed good for me or not. In the same vein, I'd like to mention what Nestle chairman Suresh Narayanan told me, something recently which stayed in my mind. He said, we need responsible dialogue between regulators, food processors and consumers, and we media can play a key role in this. To bring trust, transparency, and responsibility, which should go together. That's where media needs to step in and must step in. We need to bring out information and stories that bring out root causes of the issues that matter, to draw conclusions which could lead to collaborative relationships between all stakeholders, as well as bringing positive changes to a Viksit Bharat. In this context, I'd also like to address key stakeholders. There are large companies here, which Dr. Oberoi has invited. There's ITC, HUL, former MD of Amul, a lot of startups. I'd like to say that don't hold back information from us so that we can build positive narratives, we can build clear stories. We've often, as media, encountered this problem as well, that when we reach out to companies, they don't usually open up to a lot of information. So, on behalf of all my colleagues, that please be proactive, please share more information, please help us to bring out a narrative, because India is such a huge, massive producer of food. We have so many statistics, and we are like the when last year, there were a lot of statistics on how India across, a lot of world markets. Because of millets, there's a lot of spotlight in India. So we take forward the stories, take forward information. Please be more proactive when we reach out to you. That is one thing. The other thing is, while there's intent and there is action, we need positive and progressive action too. So I'd like to call upon my entire fraternity to play a much more proactive role in fostering an environment of not only highlighting problems, but also impactful solutions. So this has to be a two-way street. We should put out information which is, which not only highlights problems, but also looks at solutions. For that, we need your support. The relationship between the food industry, the consumer, and the media needs a lot of ground covered, but as I see, a lot more ground needs to be covered. It seems daunting, but it isn't. We are the fourth estate, and we can make this happen. I'm sure with collaboration, positive collaboration, we'll be able to take forward the message of the food processing industry, and the common goal being Viksit Bharat, the common goal being $1.5 trillion economy. With that, I'd like to conclude my short session. I know there is a lot of, shortage of time. So thank you again, Dr. Oberoi. I can't thank you enough for having me here. And I hope I have conveyed my message across from both sides. One is from media, that we would like more information, more proactive information. And second, that we also need to course correct and put out a lot more stories, which I'd like to call upon my media colleagues to not just, we tend to highlight problems and sensationalism, but we also need to look at solutions and resolutions. That's all.
Thank you so much. Ratna Kunda have asked for more. I mean, coming from the horse's mouth, I feel everybody will become so responsible as you are in propagating the right message in the right way at the right place. Things would really change for the country, and especially this food safety ecosystem that we've been talking about. because media wants masala, and that's something that we can't give. Because everybody is talking about food with low fat, low sugar. Obviously, it'll have less masala also. Especially when it comes to regulator and academic and R&D organizations like ours, having seen both the worlds, having worked with the regulator earlier, now being at the helm of affairs at a academic and R&D institute. I can just request you that there is so much that we are actually doing. Somehow, for some reason or the other, that doesn't really go out of our four corners, because there are technologies, there are products that we have developed, and I would really request your support for disseminating good technologies so that larger population of the country, the larger masses, get to know about them. Though we try our luck using our own website, using the website of the ministry, using a social media handle, but press in India is very, very powerful, and people really look forward to that. Everybody, the day before yesterday, Sunday, in fact, I was reading an article by Durgesh Jha about nutraceutical regulation. So, I'm sure that many of the guys would have read that. So, we don't really go by what Instagram says or the post. We read what media says, because there is. So, thank you so much. And you have always been great. Your presence always makes a difference to wherever you are. Though you speak for 10 minutes, but you create that ecosystem that we would like to listen to you for hours together. And you're being so very positive and so very straightforward. That's something I've always been appreciating. And I look forward. I'll feel really very fortunate if you can be part of our conferences every time and webinars every time. Though I know it'll be really taxing on you to be getting you in here, but then whenever you're pitch in, it's always a pleasure to have you here and to hear from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you. Pleasure to have you. Thank you.
Our pleasure as well. Now, moving forward to another friend from the media who has been covering a lot of agro-food news in the past. Again, a very responsible editor from the Hindu business line. The person who has been pursuing stories with the farmers, a farmer producer organization. He goes around to various Krishi Melas, various horticulture fairs, talks to farmers, talks to scientists, talks to government policy makers, and he creates something which is very, very useful and conducive for the food processing system in the country. From the Hindu business line about his vision of Bharat becoming Viksit Bharat and how early that can be with the kind of technologies that you have seen, which you have discussed all through. And I really appreciate you being here with us since morning. So tirelessly, you've been just sitting here all through. So thank you very much, and look forward to hearing from you, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Oberoi and Team NIFTEM, for providing me an opportunity to share my perspective on the food processing sector. A lot of experts have spoken about the developments and the prospects of the food processing sector through the entire day. But as an observer from the sides, there are a lot of things that are happening on the ground. So I must say that the farmer today is no longer confining himself to be a producer of the food. So he's also turning a processor. So more farmers are taking up the farm level processing activities such as sorting, grading, and packaging and all that. And among them, those with the entrepreneurial spirits, they're also getting into the secondary and tertiary processing of fruits and vegetables and food grains like that. So the factors that are driving these trends are, there is a growing awareness among the producers that a sorted or a graded product will fetch them more price. So also the demand from the growing the retail chains and the online marketplaces for a particular type or grade of produce is also driving this farm level processing. So till about a decade ago, storage was an issue, but now storages and more prominently the cold storages are coming up, and also we have crop specific cold storages in place, and also then there are these low cost innovations that have come up to enhance the quality of the shelf life, and the quality of the product at the farm level itself. So at a broader, at the macro policy level, the thrust given by the government on organizing the farmers in as collectives, and the creation of FPOs is leading to the aggregation of produce and farm level processing. So we need many more FPOs into the secondary and tertiary kind of a processing activities. No doubt the COVID period did create a demand for the processed and packaged products. At the same time, the adoption of technology at the producers level also gained momentum around that time itself. So, and the penetration of the mobile connectivity, the social medias, and Facebook and Instagrams, technology adoption, I must say, among the producers. So the next generation of farm producers are seen to be more tech savvy and will be accelerating the technology adoption trend, which already can be seen in some quarters. So coming back to the policy various scheme, the push given by the governments to the helped farm level processing gain momentum. So a lot of new products are coming from the rural areas into the food chain. To mention a few, apart from the millet-based products, the flours created by products like jackfruit and raw banana, which are nutritionally rich, they're also finding favors among the urban consumers. Also, the social media has played a role, in creating the consumer awareness over these products. And the schemes of governments like the one district one product, they're also helping contributing to this farm level processing. And I must say that the extension machinery of like the KVK, this transformation in enabling farmers to become entrepreneurs at the grassroots. And in some quarters there is a creation of infrastructure that's being made available to the budding entrepreneurs and startups on a pay by basis. So which I feel it's a good development, and it may go a long way in driving innovation on the product development. Also, there is a lot of startup activity in both farm and food segment where technology like artificial intelligence and machine learning and precision farming are being adopted. Although it's in a still initial stages. So what I feel is that the R&D institutes have a role. R&D institutes and the industry have a role to play in creating awareness with the new technologies that are coming out. And the challenges like the climate change and its impact on food systems is imminent. So throughout the day, we have heard experts speaking about the need for clean food, green food, and nutrition, among others. And in fact, the consumers today are spoiled for choices with so many food products and categories entering the market. At the same time, there is a concern due to the rising lifestyle diseases, and it's linked to the increasing consumption of the processed foods, which have reportedly have higher content of salt, sugar, and fat among others. So what I feel is, it would be pertinent for the industry, academia, and the regulators to address such concerns and, make the super thali, a reality and affordable. So as we head to the Viksit Bharat. So on that note, I would like to end my presentation or share my thoughts, and I would like to thank Dr. Oberoi for giving me an opportunity to share my views. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Kulkarni. Wonderful. It's always wonderful hearing from you. And you've rightly touched upon that we need many more FPOs in the country, and that too involving themselves in secondary and tertiary processing. That's one thing. And somehow, we would also request, we've all been always very, very supportive in disseminating our technologies. While I was at IHR or I'm at NIFTEM, you've always been a very big support and support, since you always look forward to disseminating those technologies to the farmers, to the entrepreneurs, to the stakeholders, and thereby improving the food processing sector in the country. Yes, and you've been always very positive about the government policies, and I'm sure that this particular webinar, the proceeding that will come out with, will throw open certain areas which will become sort of a thought-provoking statement for our ministry Ministry is running 3 schemes, that is one PM as Operation Greens. We might even start a scheme based on the input that we have received from all of you. I mean, greatly you touched upon the Super Thali. I think this is Super Thali is going to be really a super change, revolutionary change in the way Bharat eats food, the Bharat looks at food, and as Dr. Sujata said, we are what we eat. So let's eat healthy food. Let be it processed or semi-processed or fresh, but it has to be healthy, it has to be nutritious, it has to be palatable. Pleasure. It was a pleasure having you on board here with us, and we look forward to seeing you more often during our conferences, wherever we organize, physically or through this virtual mode. Thank you so much. Now we have Debabrata. In fact, we had lost him midway because of some network issues. I would request Debabrata, since we have very less time in hand, instead of presenting your work or making a presentation here, you just speak about what you have done so that becomes a trigger for many of the startups. Since you are a student entrepreneur from Nifty Kundli, we would like to see that you ignite the other minds, and that trigger should percolate down to every student, because we have all our students who have joined in for this webinar. Over to you, Debabrata.
Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor sir, so for giving this opportunity. Basically, I just go through my quick journey, how exactly we have done till now, and how exactly we achieved what we have done till now. Just a second. So, I want to touch upon like almost all the speakers already mentioned each and everything about the superfoods. But I wanted to go towards the business side of it, like how exactly we can get the benefit out of it and what exactly we have done a small amount of things which were done till now. So everything started from the campus itself. So I was in my pre-final year. So I got to know about this space called plant-based protein in 2018 from GFI, Goodfood Institute India. And I tried some of the products from the US, and from there I got this concept and I start developing the product in my campus itself. So during that time, when exactly we started working on that part, what exactly we notice is that there's an ample amount of opportunity which we can tap from the Indian ecosystem, because we have all the source of protein which is available within India. But if you see globally, only US soy is the only soy which is dominating the entire industry. So we have ample amount of opportunity to like to source all the ingredients and like compile a product which is like a global market product that is possible. So eventually we developed the product and we gone to winning some of the like international national challenges as well, and got incubated with Proved International. So while doing so, the main thing comes for a startup or a company, where exactly the fund source will come in. So if I take a small example of an Nifty students, so if it get placed, so mostly they got around like 8 to 10 lakhs of salary overall, LPA. So currently nowadays, Government of India is putting lot of different grants at a lot of different stages. For example, if you are like at an initial stage, you have some concepts. There is a scheme called Nidhi EIR, which will give 30,000 per month for entire year. So you have entire year amount of space of time, where is you can devote your time to do something on your own. And Government of India is like putting effort into it and putting money for the salary part. Then comes the different schemes. For example, for biotechnology products, there is called BioDec. For BioDec related, lot of different schemes are already available. So I have already listed down all the schemes which is there. I'll just share that with you as well, which can be beneficial to you. So for example, if I go more deep into it, so like starting from Nidhi SSS. So there's a different schemes called Nidhi SSS, starting from like 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs to 15 lakhs. So a lot of different schemes already available for food technology students as well as for the biotechnology parts as well. So for the biotech, these are biotech schemes. So a lot of different schemes are Government of India already put it up. We just have to take the calculated risk to take the actions where exactly you can able to achieve certain things. So I see there is a lot of scope which is coming in for the food industry for Niftymites, and same for same for others as well. So for example, if I see Niftim in next 10 years, so all the Niftimites are there in the entire industry, in the food industry. So starting from all these top companies in next 10 years, Niftimites will be there in the top decision makers. So if we can co-collaborate and see where exactly you can able to get, and you can able to like co-collaborate and see where exactly we want to put our time and effort into it, and what exactly we wanted to achieve on that line. So I see the university as a mentor, and that's the best way to move forward. I would say. So because during my college days, I have taken a amount of space to develop certain things, and which helped me a lot in a certain time. So eventually, like when we got incubated, it Provide International, we got certain grants. So from the grants, we developed the product. So the main challenges what we face is that initially the ingredients are not so available within India. So we used to lot of import different ingredients from outside. But now, if we see there's an ample scope to do the extraction to fermentation based products. So a lot of things like on the millet based also, the government of India is putting a lot of effort into superfoods on the millet sides. So on the millet also, we are doing a lot of efforts and see what kind of products we can able to develop. For example, in snack items, a lot of things can be developed from the millet-based products as well. So this way we can able to do. And for Niftamites, I would say like we have that amount of space, we have that tech to do what exactly we can do and achieve in the market. So this is what exactly I have to share from my side.
Thank you, Devabrata. A very powerful message, a very clear message, not only for Niftamites. I think this is a message for all the youngsters, all the youth in the country, all the students who've been associated from the food technology background, the food science background, who are associated with us through registration or through the YouTube channel. I'm sure you've shared a very clear message outside. Thank you very much, Devabrata, for talking about your story, and we wish you all the very best. And I'm sure that people like you and others who have done you brought a lot of laurels to this institute will bring laurels to the country also, and maybe who knows, one of you could be a unicorn of tomorrow. So all the very best to all of you. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this webinar. Thank you very much for joining in. It was really a pleasure. I totally feel enlightened, and I'm sure that a lot of knowledge assimilation has taken place. I feel blessed to have the liberty of having invited speakers from esteemed speakers, panelists from different backgrounds. It was a wonderful, wonderful webinar, and I'm truly thankful and grateful to you from the bottom of my heart. Now, with this, needless to say more, because we have already delayed by more than 1 hour, 30 minutes, I would request my colleague, Dr. Winkle Arora, to please propose a vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this opportunity.
Esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, and dear students, good afternoon to all. I deem it a great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this memorable occasion. Let me start by giving the glory to the Almighty God for making today's event a great occasion and a resounding success. First and foremost, I thank Srimati Anita Parungo, Secretary MOFB, who has conceptualized the entire event and gave us the untiring support. Due to her urgent engagement, she could not join us today. However, she has conveyed her wishes. I express my gratitude to Shri Minaz Alam, who, despite of his busy schedule, has found time to grace this occasion. I also express my heartfelt thanks to Mr. Haris Sodi for always supporting and guiding us. For these thoughts you have shared and the insights which you have shared with us, they are undoubtedly enriched our understanding and inspired us. I express my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Puneet Thin, Mr. Vignesh Kumar Manoranjan, Professor M.N. Doja, and Dr. Kavya Dasora for sharing the insights of food supply chain management. Your knowledge sharing has enlightened the audience. I am grateful to Mr. Nitin Gupparan, Mr. Shatizar Subramanya for sparing their valuable time for this event and covering the thought-provoking session on energy-efficient food processing machineries. I express my gratitude to Mr. Sanjay Singhal, Dr. Prabodh Halde, and Professor Rekha Singhal for enriching the audience with their valuable insights of novel food processing technologies. I thank Professor Vimal Katyar and Mr. Bin Mohan Thakur for accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion with your presence. Your deep insights on food packaging technologies have captivated the audience. I express my special thanks to Dr. Sujata Jayaraman, Dr. Pitipal Singh, and Mr. Debrata Das for their valuable knowledge sharing session on superfoods. I firmly believe that the audience has gained a lot from this session. to Mr. Vishwanathan Kulkarni and the critical role of media in shaping the future and how the food processing can actually help the nation. We are thankful to all our speakers. We are thankful to all our speakers. Your expertise, passion, and captivating presentations have left an indelible mark on our minds and hearts. Each of you have brought a unique perspective and valuable insight and enlightening us and expanding our horizons. We are grateful to our director, Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi, for his encouragement. His able guidance has always encouraged us to do more. I thank him for his kindness, his interest, and continued support. My heartfelt thanks to all the heads and deans and the faculties for their valuable contribution, guidance, and encouragement in all our efforts. I am grateful to the IT cell and the administrative staff who have worked hard to ensure that the occasion becomes a memorable success. I thank Dr. Shekhar and Dr. Neetu for their constant and untiring support. I thank all the distinguished participants for accepting our invitation. Thank you all for joining us and making this event an unforgettable experience. We look forward for the future collaborations and opportunities to learn, grow, and make a positive impact together. Thank you once again and have a wonderful day.
Yeah, I just have a request in case if you still have any feedback or queries or questions, please click on the feedback link on the brochure and give your inputs, log your feedback or whatever queries that you have. We will get them replied. So please also enter your email ID on that. Thank you very much and have a great day. I hope you enjoyed as much as we did organizing this seminar. Thank you so much.
Thank you.